What so proudly we at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars fill the perilous fight. For the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you, Miss Riley Langford. Now I have Clegg Smith, and he's going to offer our invitation.
She looked so nervous when she was up here to display that. Good job, Miss Langford. Bow with me, please. Heavenly Father, we gather this morning to say thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be here today. Thank you for every blessing that you have graciously awarded us. Be with our competitors today. Keep them all safe. Give them understanding to accept the outcomes awarded today. Be with our judge. Allow him discernment and conviction to make the decisions he needs to make. Be with the livestock. Keep them calm and safe. As parents and spectators, help us understand why we are here and the value that this event brings to our youth and our community. Give us all safe passage back home this evening. We thank you for your Son and our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, having said that, this is your first call, Class 1 down ear breeding gilts. First call, Class 1 down ear breeding gilts.
What do you want me to do? Tony in the hat right there with the hat on, he just doesn't hear me. He has his clipboard, but he wants an extra set. No, I wrote it.
Well, good morning. Certainly excited to be here in Parker County this morning to sort through, and got a challenging class to start with, and I don't know if we can make three any more different here as we drop these three out and break them down. And I'm not going to tell you there's a perfect one out here, and you may decide to align these three a little differently than what I did. Explain to you what I'm seeing, I guess. Decided to go ahead and start with the spot appearing gilt here. I think one, just in terms of her genuine build, in terms of width of skeleton, stoutness of feature, squareness from the surface to the top of her blade. I think she excels in this particular lineup. I think as you turn her to the side, she's one that draws up good in her top line. She's got a neat look ahead of her blade. She gets a little round in her hip. I'd like to give her a little more rib and belly in terms of how she's built. I think you get right on the top side of her, she still has natural spread, natural turn to her forerib and her mid body there. So I think she's the one who needed to go ahead and win, in my opinion, in this particular class. The bigger red gilt on the far side is going to come next in two, and just sheer body shape, mass, flesh, and just general stoutness, and I guess to the middle part of her body. She's the one that works up in this period, that works up in that particular regard. I guess to me at the surface is where she needs to be better. To me, she wants to funnel and close just a little bit, especially behind. Biggest thing is just for the mass and the substance that she carries in the upper part of her skeleton. She needs to be a lot bigger at the ground in terms of her foot size and her bone, just to make everything match and balance. Our dark red gilt's going to come next in three. Real neat looking ahead of her blade. Real good in terms of her top line. To me, she needs to be better in her chest coming right at you. Another one we'd like to relax in her hock and her rear ankle. Just how everything moves. I did like her look. I liked her presence. Like I said, maturity's one's going to probably be in her favor. Good class to start with. Lots of different parts and pieces. Let's go and give them a good round of applause, please. applause.
Class 3 breeding gilts to the showroom. Class 3 breeding gilts to the showroom. Results from Class 1 in third are Low Rory, Weatherford, FFA. In second, Riggs Brackney, Brock, FFA. In first place, Chloe Ricker, Weatherford, FFA. In Class 2 of our breeding gilts, fourth place, Colby Wakeford, Parker County 4-H. In third, McKenna Fowler, Weatherford, FFA. Second place, Addison Mayo, Easter, FFA. And your class winner in Class 2 of our gilts, Riley Wakeford, Parker County 4-H.
That pig's not in this class. His ears go up.
Now we're in the ring in Class 3, down your market line, Cole King, Matt Kelly, Reed Avery, Arlen Corey, and Macy Russ.
Good class here and a really good top pair, and I think there's differences between them, and I think the pair is extremely close. And I can tell you, if you change the red gilt coming right at you, to me she wins, and she wins pretty fast. But to me, that's what makes it close. She needs to be wide in her chest. She needs to be better than me. From there up and back, no doubt in my mind, she's my favorite. I like her jawline. I like her fatness of skull. I like the natural shape she has to her forerib and through the mid part of her body. I think she hinges looser in terms of her hip and her hop and how she handles her rear leg than what the spot gilt does that comes next into. That's the extra density of the ground. Like I said, fix that view right there. I think it's easy after that, but to me, that's where the sorting point was. No doubt the young lady's spotted gilt is better coming right at you. She's better through the base of her chest. She's better to me. She's better in terms of her front foot. I like her look and presence ahead of her blade, the way she draws up. In terms of her top line, my biggest thing, we get back into her hip and how she handles her hind leg. I need to lengthen her back there. I need to make her looser in terms of her hop, in terms of her rear ankle, just to make her more comfortable. I think relating her back to the red one, she's not near as good in terms of her fore rib and lower body and just general feel as she is out here today. Young man, your spot don't breathe. Dang sure no slide. She ran into a really good top player here. I think one that once again, in terms of width, squareness, body shape, she has some natural muscle to her as well. I guess to me, she's one that I like to get ahead of her. Change her in terms of her hip and hind leg. She's the shortest step and shortest hip and the shortest hip of those three, in my opinion. And plus, she's one who just like to freshen up, maybe one that's starting to push past her prime a little bit in that regard. I think a really good class there to finish this up in our down here division.
Yeah, I got it. Sometimes I can do it on these small classes. It was 312, and then up here starting at the top third, and second.
I think a really good division, and we got these three out here, and I think it comes down between a pair of them, and then another one's going to come out here in a set. But I guess to me, the one that hits me the hardest, I think one that's just very loose and very pliable. In terms of how she's put together, I love her body shape, I love the density of her skeleton, and yet one that still balances extremely well. Picked on her in her chest and clasp. I think she's awfully good. Other than that, the lady's red one wins the last class, will be your champion. Congratulations to her. As we bring in that second place guild, I think she quickly comes in contention for reserve, but not to take anything away from our small guild over there. But in my opinion, it comes down between the two closest to me, and I think they're different. I think the body shape, it's probably of the guild that wins class two, probably excels, and I think the extra stoutness, the feature, the extra look, the presence of the guild that goes second in the last class probably excels in that pair. Like I said, there's give and take. I guess the next one that hits me just in terms of her density, her extra look, her presence, her extra width and squareness off of both ends. Young lady, second place still to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations. Our champion in the down ear breeding guild division, Maddie Kelly, 4-H Lions. In reserve, Reese Mabry, Brock, FFA.
We move into our upper division. I think it's close. I think there's a lot of good as you go through all these, and yet ultimately I think the one I land on is probably just a little more my speed in terms of how she's put together. She's tall-shouldered, she's good-looking, she's loose, she's square and genuine, especially when you step in behind her. She's got enough ribbon body and that feature. I'd like to change the shape of her head to be ideal. She gets just a little flatter jaw and a little narrower eye than maybe what I like in that regard. I think in this particular lineup of what of these five we have out here, I think her extra look and I think her leg is what allows her to go ahead and win. The calico gilt from her hip forward is the one that I'm drawn to and the one I want to use. I like her extra look, her presence, her stoutness, her width, and her squareness coming right at you. Step in behind her, buddy, and I just can't do that rear leg. For me, she's got to be square in her hop and square from behind and just more comfortable in terms of how she's put together. Like I said, from there forward, I was presented to a T. She's got an awful look. I think she's got a little better off of her rear, too, for me to go ahead and use her in this particular class. This spotted uphill here, it's going to come next in pre. I think another one you appreciate for density of feature. One that's got some natural width and some natural muscle. Another one in terms of how she handles her hip. I like to lengthen her hip. She wants to plant and swivel just a little too much. And the way she gets out and goes, a little shorter in her face. But I think one that's out featured, opened up, got shape, got muscle. I like her rib cage and just her general presentation in terms of just her natural freshness. Her Berkshire deal here is going to come next in forward. I think another one appreciate in terms of the muscle she has, stoutness of features she has. She's just got to be balanced up a little better and made just a little bit better out of her hip and out of her hind leg. I think one that if you look at her coming at you, you appreciate her chest. Just got to square her up from behind, smooth her out in her muscle pattern a little bit. The Yorkshire Berry Yolk's going to come next in 5. Good shape, good muscle. Got to give her a little more rib and body and just a little easier feeding type of look to her there. I think one that you appreciate once again in terms of her extension up front, shape up high. I think a good class there to start that division. Let's go give those 5 kiddos a good round of applause.
Judge Todd Byers. We appreciate Judge Byers being here with us. Another important announcement for our swine exhibitors. Teal's Custom Meat is putting out a student discount for processing. Teal's is putting out student discounts for processing this week. They do have discounts for sheep and goats, cattle, and pigs. If you're interested, come up here to the announcer stand, and I can give you some more.
Good class here, and we got a lot of quality as we go through 1 through 7. And I think up here in the top end it gets close, and yet I think at the same time, for me, there's one when she came in I thought needed to win in this particular lineup. That's the young lady's chromed up field here. I think one that's true and genuine in terms of how she's put together. I think in this particular lineup, in terms of her general build, off of both ends of her skeleton, she excels in that particular case. She's better on her front feet than the one that's going to come next to too. I think she's safer in terms of how she moves and utilizes her rear leg, and yet still doesn't sacrifice with muscle and bone to do so. I think one that certainly it's a nice kind of a gilt here to go ahead and lead us off. I do like the extra feature and the look and presence of the gilt that's going to come next here too. I like her density at the ground. I like her body shape. She draws up extremely good from the side in terms of her length to hip, her top line. I couldn't put her into motion. She wants to swivel just a little more than ideal in the way she goes. Biggest thing is I'd like to change her to her front foot, pick her up and make her a little more comfortable there in her front passer. I do like her added freshness. I like her added natural look up front in relation to gilt that's going to come next in 3. I think fundamentally the gilt in 3 does a lot of good things about her. She's scout featured, she's square and genuine at the surface. She hinges loosen up off of either end. Like to freshen her up just a little bit in terms of how she's put together. I'd like to lengthen her gilt just a little bit as well in that regard. I think a very, very nice kind of a gilt there to land in 3 in this particular lineup. Gilt in 4 really good in terms of her presentation, of her natural shape, natural carriage, in terms of how she's made up through her front end. She's a little lower set to the ground. To me, I'd like to just elevate her up ahead of her, up there at her blade just a little bit. She's another one we put her into motion. The way she utilizes her hip and hind leg, wants to swivel a little more there. I just like to make her more comfortable in that particular regard. Young man's got a big stout one here that comes next in 5. Extra bold, extra good to this part of her body, all the shape and muscle you could ever want one. I think to go with that, we need to just loosen everything up a little bit, especially behind. It's a little portion around her in the rear joints there. Want to clean that up and just loosen her up a little bit in the way she gets out and goes. Black gilt here, tall shoulders, slick looking one. Another one, hip and hind leg needs to be altered a little bit. Want to see her freer in the way she gets out and goes. Square up that right rear. I love her skin hair presentation. Young man does an excellent job with that. Gilt's got a neat look. The blue gilt we close with, Gilt has got some stoutness to her mug up front. She's got some chest and some body. Still a very high quality gilt to land on here in 7. Another one's got a little swelling in that right hop we'd like to clean up. Maybe just give her a little more balanced look from the side as well. But a very high quality gilt to land in 7. One more time, a good round of applause for those kiddos as they head on back.
Parker County 4-H. In 3rd, Kinley Murphy, Pool Bull, FFA. In 2nd, Ryland Corbin, Brock, FFA. And your class winner in Class 2 up-ear breeding gilts, Kylie Alton, Springtown, FFA. Now entering the ring, Class 3 up-ear breeding gilts. We have 7 entries in this class. Please be sure and check the Facebook page and flyers for a link to download your picture if you make the sale. Sale pictures are due Tuesday, June 10th. That sale, the sale of champions, will be held on Saturday, we are waiting on an exhibitor who is currently showing his steer. So we're going to do what we need to do for the kiddos. That's why we're here today. And we'll have just a little brief pause here while we wait.
Bro, what did I just do?
Keep walking from the camera.
selection of our overall champion breeding gilt. Immediately following overall breeding selection. Now entering the ring, class 3 in our up-eared breeding gilt.
Weston.
Ricker, Maddox Tedford, Scarlett Rory, and Macy Russ. We are now judging class 3 in our up-eared breeding swine. We have one remaining class of breeding swine. At the end of that class, we will select our champion up-eared breeding swine, followed by reserve, and then our grand drive. Showmanship will take place immediately following the selection of our champion breeding gilt.
really good class and one that I think fits together extremely well. I think we got a really good pair of gilts that balance up and go together extremely well at the top end of this particular class. I think it's close, but yet at the same time, I think there's one that's just that much stouter at the ground in terms of her ankle and her width and spread to her claw, and I think she's that much looser in terms of her hip and how she utilizes her hind leg. That's the young lady's gilt here closest to me. She's going to go ahead and be one in this particular lineup. A gilt that's spread open the way she comes at you. She's good through the mid part of her body, and then yet you turn her to the side. She's so loose in terms of how she's put together, balances and puts stuff together. Maybe a little sharper in the set to her hop, but I think a very high quality gilt there nonetheless. To go ahead and start us off in two, or excuse me, start us off in one. The gilt two coming right at you. I like that thing, squareness to her blade and squareness to the base of her chest. She's presented to a T in terms of skin and hair and freshness, how she's put together. I think the gilt from her hip forward balances extremely well. We get into the rear part of her skeleton. She gets a little shorter in her hip. She's a little more hesitant and shorter in terms of her rear step. Ultimately, that's what gets her beat in this top pair. Like a very high quality gilt there still to land into in this particular lineup. From the side, I like a lot of things about the gilt three. Tall shouldered, slick look, and draws up good in her lines. She's dense and loose at the ground. She's pliable in her skeleton. Coming right at you, she just needs more to her to be of the initial three, actually of the initial four. She's the flattest in her blade. She's the narrowest in her chest, the flattest in her forehead. We just want to pry that one open all the way through, just give her a shot more. But from the side, certainly one that has a tremendous look of quality. Gilt that comes out in four is the one over here against the fence. I think one that excels the gilt in three there in that particular pair in terms of her extra width and spread coming right at you. I didn't think from the side she balanced up there as well. She's a little frail at the ground, a little more tucked there in her flank. Wants to get just a little funny there in her hip loin and how everything's tied. I thought still a gilt that had some width, had some squareness. I like her quality look and presentation. Just a shade better than the gilt that's going to come next in five. Gilt five opened up. Gilt this loose structured. She needs to be stouter at the ground. I want to fix her to her front feet. I want to freshen her up just a little bit in terms of how she's put together. Our Berkshire gilt on the far side here that comes next. One that's got some shape and got some muscle. Gets a little round on her hip, a little wonky there in terms of how she handles her hind leg. Want to free her up and loosen her up in that regard. Our other gilt here that closes this tall-shouldered, extended type of gilt. Gilt that just wants to close a little too much off of both ends. Gets a little shorter in her hip there as well. Tremendous class from top to bottom. Let's go and give those 7 young people a good round of applause.
Thank you, Judge. Congratulations in Class 3 of our up-ear picks. In 4th place, Chloe Ricker, Weatherford, FFA. 3rd place, Macy Rust, Weatherford, FFA. 2nd place, Maddox Bedford, Weatherford, FFA. And your class winner in Class 3 of the up-ear picks, Maddox Bedford, Weatherford, FFA. Now entering the ring is Class 4 in our up-ear breeding gilt. 3 entries in this class.
I think the one that's the most honest in terms of how she's put together. I think she reads pressure I think she reads more youthful in terms of her presentation and balance. The young lady in the pink there on the far side, she needs to go ahead and be one, in my opinion. Status and squares to the ground in terms of how she's put together. She opens up the best in her chest and through the mid part of her body. Has some natural shape and dimension to her as well. You're right up on top of her. Her hip's not perfect, and we change her there in that regard. I think a very high quality gilt there nonetheless. To go ahead and start us off in this class. The blue gilt's going to come next in too. A tall shouldered, really good line gilt in terms of just how she's put together from the top of her pole back to the top of her hip. I think that's some density at the ground still as well. Coming right at you. She's just one that's starting to show some wear and tear there at her blade. Her old chine starting to peek up in her a little bit. She gets a little flatter in terms of her blade, narrow through her chest. And one that's maybe just a little bit past prime in terms of where this young lady would ideally want her to be. How about a good loose skeleton, big footed type of gilt there to go ahead and come next in two. Our belted gilt that finishes in three. Another good body gilt that's got as much spread and dimension up high as any when you get right up on the top side of her. I think from that point down, though, everything wants to funnel and close up, including her rear foot. I just like to spread her in terms of her claw, spread her in terms of her rear foot, and just allow her to be a little looser. Turns out she's put together the good body, good presented gilt. Young lady's done a nice job with her. Let's go and give those three a good round of applause. And I think they go together extremely well. I think they're hogs that are similar in terms of their proportions. They're similar in terms of their look and presentation of that. I think there's one that's just that much looser and more correct in terms of how she's made, especially back and how she handles her hip and her hind leg. She's broad and square coming out. She's got a stout skull to her, but yet still got a feminine look at the same time. Young man's go right here closest to me will be champion. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, Maddox Tedford, champion in the up-eared breeding gilt. Now entering the ring for reserve contention, Maddox Tedford.
We bring in that second place field, and I think it comes even closer, and I think there's some give and take. And I guess to me, of the pair that comes down between the two gilts over here on my left currently, I think are the next two that are in contention. I think they're very similar in a lot of regards. I think there's one that's that much stouter at the ground. I think both of them could be a little looser in terms of their hip. I think with that being said, the one that just balances just that much better in terms of her height to length ratio and being a little stouter at the ground. Young lady is second in that class to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, reserve champion, up-eared breeding gilt, Maddox Tedford, wonderfully FFA. down-eared breeding gilt division, Maddie Kelly, Lions, 4-H. Reserve in that down-eared division, Reese Mabry Brock, FFA. From our up-eared division, champion, Maddox Tedford, Weatherford, FFA. And reserve, Maddox Tedford, Weatherford, FFA.
Good set of breeding yokes. Decided just go ahead and put all four of them out here. Just we only had to talk them once, and I think they come together extremely well. And I think to me it kind of comes down between a pair of them. And I guess a pair that for the way I like them build, I think are a pair that go together extremely well. And I think of that pair, I think there's one that's just bolder and truer in terms of how she comes at you. She's still got the looseness and length of hip that I want to see. At the same point in time, combines that with body shape, natural muscle, one that's got bone and foot size at the same time. Young man's up here will be your champion. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations, Maddox Tedford, Weatherford, FFA, your champion breeding milk.
I think the one that follows suit, like I said, I think it's close, and yet at the same time, for the way I like them in terms of her extra length of hip, the bend and set to her hind leg, her looseness, I picked on her in class for being a little off in her chest. I think from there up and there back, though, still, that's my second favorite. Young lady's red one will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
And reserve, Maddie Kelly, Lions, 4-H. We will be taking a 5-minute break before first call for showmanship. Senior Breeding Guild Showmanship. Senior Breeding Guild Showmanship entering the ring. First call, Intermediate Breeding Guild Showmanship. First call, Intermediate Breeding Guild Showmanship.
We're gonna move through these as quick as we can, and at the same point in time, give the kids a good first shot coming in. I'm very much in terms of showmanship, a first impression kind of guy, and as far as the ones we got out here, these top three, I get close between the three of them, and ultimately showmanship. Just a personal preference type of deal, depends on how you want it done, and I think it's one of those things. There's one she came in earlier, and I thought when she came back in this time, she did a good job as far as just utilizing the time that I gave her. She stayed in front of me, she did a good job. She does a good job of maintaining an appropriate distance. I guess amongst our seniors here, I think the one that does the best for me is this young lady right here with Spot. Congratulations, Dave. She'll be your champion senior showman. I got to that, it gets really close. So, unfortunately, one of our guests wanted to give up on us a little bit. She's had the fighter there, and she does an incredible job. One that does the second best, though, I think one that just stuck with it. She does a good job. Maybe want to drift a little far at times, and while you got the young lady, the blue gilt's going to come next. Young lady, the gilt's giving her 6, over here, it's going to be 3. She did a very good job. Obviously, the gilt's just not wanting to cooperate with us in terms of eye contact, appropriate distance, finding her spot. Very good job. Congratulations to that young lady as well. Young man here does just in terms of natural pace and gauge of this particular gilt, how she presents herself. He does very good 2 or 3 times. I probably just wants to get a little too close. I can step off just a little bit in that particular regard. Other than that, he's another one that does an incredible job. 5 and 6, I think once again do a good job. Young lady here had a tendency to get a little far out of my line of sight at times. Get back over here behind me a couple of times. You do a good job of eye contact, good job of speed and presentation there as well. A young lady here, another one, does a good job of eye contact. First initial pass, and to make that pass a little too close. And then we maybe got lost in the mix and got kept in cover that. All of you do a tremendous job, though. Go and get all 6 in a good round of applause.
Eastern FFA. Indoor champion, Riley Langford, Arthur County 4A. Now in the ring is our intermediate showman, ages 10 to 13. First call, junior breeding gilt showman to the ring.
Gets that intermediate here, and I think it's close as you go all the way through all 5 of them. But they want to just have that much more intensity to him in terms of how he gets out here and gets the job done. I think he maintains a good distance, a good speed the entire time. I think his gilts at a more natural pace most of the time. maybe gets a little far forward on that gilt from time to time and gets up onto his shoulder. I think Passati does a very good job. This young man right here, the black gilt, he's going to go ahead and win this particular division. I think after that, I think a young lady right here, the red, is going to come next. She's going to be reserved in this division. Another one does a good job in terms of eye contact, utilizing space. Maybe gets a little close at times, and the gilt gets a little more start and stop on her there. I thought she did very, very good there as well. Lady on the far side with the Berkshire gilt. I want to see her be just a little more intense. If we could do that, I think she does a good job in terms of eye contact. She does a good job with distance. Maybe want to see that gilt elevate her head and just that young lady get after just a shade more in that particular regard. Young man on the far side, the Calico is going to come next. I think another one does a very good job. He's probably another one I'd like to see a little more intense. A gilt wants to start and stop and dump her head on it every so often. I think he does a very, very good job. Young man with the spot gilt, another guy here that does a really good job. Maybe another gilt that wants to fight him there just a little bit, maybe get a little more aggressive with her whip every once in a while. They're what we need to. I thought all of them did a tremendous job. Let's go give all five of them a good round of applause.
In our intermediate breeding gilt showmanship, fifth place, Zayden Burke. In fourth, Colby Langford. Third place, Emma Mangles. Your reserve champion, intermediate breeding gilt showman, Maddie Kelly, 4-H Lions. And your champion, intermediate breeding gilt showman, Cole K. Brock, FFA. It would appear as we do not have a junior breeding gilt showmanship showman. We are going to move straight into our market show. of YOPBs. So this will be your class champion as well as your breed champion in the YOPBs. First call, class 1, black OPB. We have 4 entries in this YOPB class.
Well, just one class at Chester's here, and I think a good way to start us off. I think we got a nice pair here, and I think ultimately when it boils down to it, there's just one that's just that much more everywhere in terms of just soundness of feature, extra bulk, extra mass. That's the young lady's gilt there on the far side. She's going to go ahead and be one in this particular lineup. That one comes out to extremely good through the base of her chest and her arm and front foot. She's rolled up and ditched out up high. She's got good shape there. Maybe lengthen her hips just a shade still. I thought her extra balance, her extra stoutness of feature, just how everything put herself together needed to win in this particular lineup. Young lady's ball is very good. He's very athletic. In terms of how he's put together, he's opened up and square and good in his body shape. He's got natural muscle to him as well. He's just not, he kind of runs into one here that just has a lot more than what he does. He maybe doesn't tie his neck quite as well as we said he was from the side. Maybe just doesn't align the balance quite as good. And loose, sound structured bear, good body, still has muscle, like a very high quality bear there to be reserved in our Chester division here. Young man comes out next in third. He's got one that's got some soundness of feature. He's got some shape and muscle. I like his composition, just a shade better than the one that's going to come next in four. Structurally is where we need to fix him. He wants to roll out at his elbow, get a little faster on his front feet. Behind he gets just a little tighter in his ankle and his rear hop. Change him in that regard, and he certainly moves into that top pair. There's extra look, there's extra feature, there's extra shape that he has up high. Our bear here in four is one that can give you a good look from the side. He's tall shouldered, he's good in his top line, he's good in terms of his body shape. He wants to come at you a little narrower through his chest, leave you with the same deal. I don't need him to carry just a little bit more cover in relation to muscle that he has. At the same time, he's still a little straighter in his shoulder as well. I got a good, fresh-made bear there. Got good dimension to the center part of his body. Young lady's done a nice job with him. Good set of steps and start us off with. Good round of applause for those folks.
Thank you, Judge. Results in our white OPB division. Fourth place, JCP, Springtown, FFA. In third, Waylon Winfrey, Brock, FFA. Your reserve champion, white OPB, goes to Riley Lakeford, Parker County 4-H. And your champion, white OPB, McKenna Quinn, Brock, FFA. Now showing class 1, black OPVs. We have 5 entries in the class.
Good class of lightweight black OPVs to start with, and the young lady's gilt closest to me. I think she's the one that combines a natural, general good build with good look and presence and muscle. Has a very high quality gilt to start with. I love her feature. The way she drags at you, I think, is especially better. The one that's going to come next to too, she balances in terms of her extra length off of each end of her skeleton, just a shade better as well. I think just a very nice, good, solid place to start there here in our black OPV division. Young lady, you're bearing too. I like his body shape. I like his proportions from the side in terms of his length of body in relation to his length of hip. He's got a very comfortable rear leg in terms of how he gets out and goes. Stout featured, got shape muscle. The view coming right at you for me where he needs to go second. He wants to get a little too far out at his elbow, roll in there at his front foot and get just a little softer there to the base of his neck for one that comes at a lighter weight. Young man that comes out next in third probably has one that is a little sharper in terms of her look as you steady her up through her front end. She's good in terms of her shape up high. She's another one coming right at you. I want to make her more conservative there at her elbow, square up at her front foot. Biggest thing in relation to the beater though, study her from the side. She gets a little more vertical in the set to her shoulder. She's a little frailer at the ground in terms of her bone and her rear ankle there. Just like to stouten her up a little bit in that regard. I thought an excellent top trio here in this particular drive. Bear that comes out next, another broad-chested, good body bear that's got some natural shape. When you get right up on top of him, he's another one wants to roll in and get a little soft up front. He's a little tighter in terms of his rear ankle there. I just like to freshen that guy up a little bit, get him a little more on his shape when you get right up on top of him there. I thought a nice, good, fundamentally sound bear there to come next in 4. Yeah, we close with here another one that's got shape and muscle. That's not why she's down here in 5. I just like to balance her up a little better from the side. It's a little drier back into her flank in relation to being a little shorter in the hip and wants to tuck her hind leg. She does have some features. She does have some muscle. Young man's done a good job with skin and hair on her. Let's go give all 5 of those a good round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 1, Black OPV. In 4th place, Stockton Kid Feaster, FFA. In 3rd, Wyatt Winfrey, Brock, FFA. 2nd place, Paisley Fowler, Feaster, FFA. And your class winner from Weatherford, FFA, Emma Keeney. Now entering the ring, Class 2, Black OPV. We have 5 entries in the class. Class 2, Black OPV, coming in the ring, 5 entries.
together, and I think there's a lot of give and take as you go through all five of them truthfully, and especially as you get in these top three. And I think as we talk about fundamentals in terms of making them wide and square and still pliable enough in terms of their skeleton, having some body shape and having some muscle, I think the one that needs to win is the young man's flight of ears up here closest to me. She needs to go ahead and be one in this particular lineup. Fix her in her hip loin just a little. I'd still loosen her up just a little bit in terms of how she handles her rear leg. I think she's the one that combines freshness with the skeleton, muscle, and still has a general balanced look to her to the highest degree in this particular lineup. The young man Spotted Bear going across the ring there is going to come next in too. He's the loosest built one of the class in terms of how he's put together. I think one that's very good in that particular regard. He can balance fairly well. He's got some soundness to features. He's got a good look up front. He's long and level in his hip. He just needs more honest shape when you get right up on the top side of it. Another one I'd like to freshen up just a little bit in terms of how he's put together. The young man pulling the pin bear over here against the fence is going to come next in three. The one that has some natural width and some natural body to it. At the same time, he runs out of feature at the ground. I'd like to scout him in that regard. My biggest thing is, though, compositionally, I think he's the one that causes us the most issues. He's starting to get a little softer in his jaw, a little softer back there in his flank. Just don't know how much real muscle in relation to back cover he has in that particular lineup. But a very fresh made type there. Got good body shape. Young man's done a nice job with him. Young lady here to my right is going to come next in four. Tall shouldered bear. Got some length and levelness to him. He's got some natural back shape. Get right up on top of him. From there to the ground. He wants to close just a little too much off either end. It's a little straighter in his shoulder. Just a little shorter in his hip there as well. Young lady here's got another one that's got some good back shape up high. Got some soundness to feature to it. He wants to run downhill just a little bit. It's a little shorter and steeper in his hip. Just need to reorganize him from a skeleton standpoint. So good class there, top to bottom. Lots of give and take amongst those five. All five kiddos did a good job. Let's give them a good round of applause, please.
Congratulations, Class 1 in our black OPVs. 5th place, Emma Lewis, Brock, FFA. In 4th, Allie Patterson, Brock, FFA. 3rd place, William Pennington, Springtown, FFA. 2nd place in that class, Holt Huxell, Alito, FFA. And your Class 1 black OPV winner, Talon Gill, Springtown, FFA. Now entering the ring, Class 2 in our black OPVs. 5 entries in this class. Class 3 entering the ring. Class 3 black OPVs entering the ring. Class 1 Berkshire. You need to start getting ready. Class 1 Berkshire. Start getting ready.
really good class here, and I think the differences are small, and I think you've got 5 of them in here that are certainly very high quality, and yet I think the one, once again, when you start breaking them down and combining everything, I think one that surfaces pretty quick for me, the young man's gilt going across the middle, and I think if you talk about one that's wide and genuine, has genuine shape and muscle, and yet combines that with look and presence and a sound functional skeleton, I think her hip and hind leg are the best of the top 3 in that particular regard, and yet she still has the most look ahead of her blade. I think the young man's done a nice job there. I think a very high quality gilt there to go ahead and start us off with. The young lady's fan that's going to come next in 2, I think most closely resembles our class winner from the side in terms of his look and his presentation ahead of his blade, his shape and his muscle up high. He's probably a nickel better at his front feet coming right at you than the gilt that goes ahead and wins in this particular class. I guess maybe where I take issues with turning to the side, he gets a little funny in his hip loin and his jump muscle, how everything ties together, and it transitions back into his hind leg. It's a little straighter in his top, a little more timid and hesitant in terms of his rear step. How about a very high quality barrow there to land into in this particular lineup? I like the heavy duty look of the young lady's barrow. It's going to come next in 3. That's a stout mug and a big forearm and a big front foot. I like all those things about him. He comes at you with enough through the base of his chest and through his blade and through his center body. He turns and leaves, and I just don't think there's enough there. He wants to funnel to his pin set. He wants to close from the top to the surface just a little bit. If he had more true on his shape when we step right in behind him, he makes that top trio even that much more interesting. The young man's got a field over here in forwards, wanting to be a little cranky on him, but he's done a good job with her. She's a stout, square-made type of gilt that's got shape and got muscle. She gets a little tighter and a little rounder in terms of her muscle pattern. Like to change those things about her, just like to maybe freshen her up just a little bit ahead of her blade. Give her a little more youthful look there in that particular regard. But I did like her shape, her muscle, her bone. Young man's done an excellent job. Well, give me a high five there, buddy. Good job. Our bear here that comes out next in 5. Tall-shouldered, stout-featured kind of a bear. It's got a good look. I think in some of these other classes in our Black OPBs, he's one that could definitely work his way up because of his extra look, his extra function in terms of his build. Coming right at you, he's the plainest through the base of his chest. You're right up on top of him. He lacks the width and spread. Just natural shape up high are the ones ahead of him. I thought still a good design, good pattern, man. It's very fresh. Young lady's done a nice job with him. We're going to get you a champion Black OPB. Let's go and give him a round of applause as they head on back.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Results in Class 3, Black OPB. In 5th, Finley Murphy, Brock, FFA. In 4th, Jensen Crawford, Parker County, 4H. In 3rd, Landry Stevens, Brock, 4H. In 2nd, Harper McDaniels, Brock, FFA. And your Class 3 winner from Peacer 4H, Canton Stuckley. Now showing for champion, Black OPB from Class 1, Black OPB, Emma Keeney, Weatherford, FFA. From Class 2, Talon Gill, Springtown, FFA. And from Class 3, Canton Stuckley, Peaster, 4H.
I think we got a pair that we bring back out for Black OPBs that go together extremely well, and I think they're very similar in terms of how they're put together from the side, in terms of their look and their presentation, natural body shape, natural shape up high, stout piece of gilt. I think of the pair, I think there's one that's just that much longer and looser in terms of her hip, the flex to her rear ankle, and the bend to her hop. Like the young man's heavyweight to be champion. Congratulations to him.
Champion Black OPB, Canton Stuckley. Now entering the ring for contention for reserve, Harper McDaniels, Brock, FFA.
we bring in that second place bear. And I thought that was a very competitive class. And yet, I think when we drop him back out here, I think that pair to me, in my mind, stuck together extremely well. I think they go together. Like I said, there were slight differences there. I didn't think she handled her rear leg quite as well. I think you could say the same thing about the bear that just come out in second. And yet I think she's the sadder featured one that's still a little looser in terms of her hop and just how everything blends and goes together. That young lady's lightweight to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Reserve Black OPD, Emma King.
No doubt in my mind. The young lady out here in the purple, that one needs to be the place to start. And I think one, in terms of functionality, looseness of build, and combining that with some muscle, stoutness of feature and balance, that one works his way up pretty quick in this particular lineup. I think a very nice bear there to go ahead and be one in this particular drive. The young lady in the green in the corner over here is going to have her hog that goes in second. I think another one in terms of just athleticism, one that's got some width and some muscle to him. I'd like to change him in his big body. I'd like to change him in his attitude out here in that particular regard. I think shape, muscle, width, squareness, stoutness of feature, he's the one that needs to come next, in my opinion. Young lady's got a deal here that gets a little worked up on her coming up, and I think maybe if we could give her another go at it, and just allow her to withstand the drive a little better. I think that's another one that's got some width and some squareness. She's got some muscle. She's got a look of quality out of her blade. It's a little dry in her body. Like I said, comes in with her mouth open and gets a little tight on us there. Change that about her, and I think she makes that top trio a little more interesting in that regard. Taylor Skimberry here that comes out next in four. Another one that doesn't lack from the shape and muscle standpoint. He's good in that regard. I thought of the initial four. He's the one that runs out of gas tail low, clears the bone and foot size reach down in there, turning to the side. He gets a little off in his top line. Wants to wrinkle up in his hip loin. Just want to freshen that guy up a little bit in that regard. Give him a little extra feature to go with the muscle he has up high. Our bear we close with here, a moderate frame type bear. It's got some rib and body. Comes a little quicker package, a little shorter face, a little shorter hip, a little smaller ankle there. It's certainly one that's got some chest. Another one that still has muscle too. Good class of lightweight Berkshire. Let's go ahead and give those five a good round of applause, please.
Thank you, Judge. Results in Class 1 Berkshire. 5th place, Kinsler Johnson, Brock, FFA. In 4th, Ava Rokas, Weatherford, FFA. In 3rd, Charlie Northrop, Parker County 4-H. In 2nd, Camry Northrop, Parker County 4-H. And your Class 1 Berkshire winner, Sophie Ferreira, Alito, FFA. Now entering the ring, Class 2 in our Berkshire. 5 entries in the class. Class 2 Berkshires now entering the ring. 8, Springtown, FFA. In 4, Hudson Diffrey, Easter, FFA. Third place went to Jack Yancey, Brock, FFA. Second place, Olivia Keeney, Weatherford, FFA. And your Class 2 winner from Brock, FFA, Reese Mabry.
Division. I think we've once again got a good place to start over here to my left. The Berkshire Gilt here needs to go ahead and win. I think, as we've talked about in previous classes, I think that's the South Feature Gilt that's square and genuine in her build. She's got good shape and good muscle, and I think where she excels the barrow, it's going to come next in two is from the side, just in terms of her balance and her look as you get back into her hip. I think a very nice place to start here in this particular lineup. Young lady in the green closest to me is going to come next in two. Take a bear through the front 2/3 of his body. He's got a lot of good things about him. He's broad and square in his chest. He's good through the center part of his body. He's got a good natural back shape in him when you get right up on the top of him. Take him to the side. He gets a little shorter in his hip. Step in behind him, he runs out of gas in the seat of his pants there just a little bit. I think a very high quality bear that's sound and comfortable, stout featured. I think his parts and pieces go together just a shade better than the young lady in the purple. That's going to come next here in three. That gets got a neat look up front. He's got raw, natural shape and muscle when you get right up on top of it. Still a sound moving type of gilt. Maybe she just needs to be a little stouter everywhere. Just a little frailer there at the surface in terms of her bone and her foot size. It's a little rounder in terms of her muscle pattern behind there. Just want to make everything smooth up and blend just a shade better to get her out of third in this particular lineup. Young lady still brings us a very good gilt here in four. That's tall shouldered. She's got shape up high. When you get right up on top of her, from there to the surface, she wants to close and funnel just a little too much. Want to give her more natural width underneath, a little better turn to the mid part of her body, but still a good balance, fresh made gilt. Young lady's done a nice job with her.
Results in Class 3, Berkshire, 4th place, Claire O'Donnell, Toledo, FFA. In 3rd, Harlow Rory, Weatherford, FFA. 2nd place, Callie Moore, Brock, FFA. And your Class 3 winner from Easter, FFA, Addison Mayo. We are now selecting your champion, Market Berkshire. From Class number 1, Sophie Ferreira, Aledo, FFA. From Class 2, Reese Mabry, Brock, FFA. And from Class 3, Addison Mayo, Easter, FFA. Now selecting your champion, Berkshire.
good set of Berkshires, and while maybe parts and pieces didn't match quite as well as we went through the breed as maybe what we did in the Black OPDs, I still think we dropped three out here that have come together very well, and I think of the three, she kind of combines the other two. She's got some far-reaching pieces in terms of her length and extension off of both ends of her skeleton, but yet still very fundamentally correct in terms of having muscle width and a good skeleton. Young lady's middle's your champion. Congratulations to her.
Champion Berkshire Reese Mabry Brock, FFA. Now entering the ring in contention for reserve, Olivia Keeney, Weatherford, FFA.
I think it's close for reserve, and I think you could certainly make a case for any of the three. If you wanted to go with the balance and smoothness of the second place gilt that comes out there, for me, she just gets a little softer in terms of how she's put together than ideal. I'd like to change her in that regard. This lightweight bear is intriguing, and I know he's not in his Sunday best, in terms of his skin and hair right now, but I think a bear that's got some unique pieces in terms of just stoutness of feature, looseness of build. I love his head, I love his look up front. He's got a good natural back shape. He gets a little round on his hip, and he wants to tuck everything up under him just a little bit there. I think that's still a very high quality bear. We get our heavyweight gilt that's still one. It's stout, square, genuine in terms of how she's put together. Got good shape, got good muscle. She's not as loose in terms of how she's put together behind. I still think she's a very high quality gilt, one you can't ignore in that regard. So I think there's some give and take between the three. One, I think in a market setting, and there's what she represents, how she puts herself together. Second best one to me is the young lady's heavy there. She'll be reserved. Congratulations, sir.
Reserve Berkshire Addison Mayo, Peaster, FFA.
good class of lightweight Yorkshires, and I was pretty confident where we needed to start with the young lady here. And I told her we just didn't want to worry out there for a sec while we figured out the rest of it. But I think that's a pretty good kid. Stout featured, good in terms of his body, got shape and muscle up high, still functional in terms of how he's put together. Got the extras if you want to start talking about all the hair and shag and all that jazz. But I think a very, very nice pig. Nice place to start there in this particular lineup. Young lady over in the pink to my right is going to come next in too. If you could just take this one from the side, that's the only view we looked at. I think that one gets close because that's a tall shouldered one. It's got a neat look ahead of her blade. She's stout featured, her angles read right. She's got shape, she's got muscle. I step in behind her and watch her go, and that's where she's second for me. It's a little too wide in her stifle, a little too wide in her hop. Like the picture in that regard. I thought a very high quality, extremely well presented gilt there. Young lady's done an excellent job with here. Young lady's player closest to me is going to come next in three. I think one in just terms of density and muscle, body shape. I think a lot of good things about that particular bear. He gets a little tighter off of both ends. I'd like to free him up. I'd like to extend him out ahead of his blade. In terms of the length of his face, the length of his neck, and the crest there. I thought just a good dense body, good milled, heavy muscle type show bear there. It's wide and square and genuine in terms of how he's put together. Young lady's done a nice job with him there. A young man over here to my left, going to come next into four. Another gilt that's got shape, she's got muscle. It's a little longer and softer in terms of her front foot. A little frailer at the ground, maybe doesn't balance quite as well. The wide base, good body, good muscle type of gilt there. Young lady here in the pink type shirt, I guess, is going to come next in five. Another one's got a big blade, a good body shape, got some shape and muscle there. It's a little rounder everywhere in terms of how he's put together. A little rounder in his shoulder, a little rounder in his hip, maybe just altering a little bit rear leg. Young man on the far side's got a tall shoulder, extended May type of bear that's lean in his composition. He just gets a little narrower and a little flatter in terms of how he's put together. I think a tremendous class over there in our lightweight Yorkshire. Let's give him a good round of applause as we head on back.
Results in Class 1, York 6, Brody Worrell, Springtown, FFA. In 5th, Mia DeGan, Eastern, FFA. 4th, Aiden. Somebody could come tell me. Bagley from Brock, FFA. In 3rd, Quinley Rainey, Brock, FFA. In 2nd, Blakely Marin, Alito, FFA. And your Class 1 York winner, Rowan Schultz, Brock, FFA.
They'll let us know.
Now showing Class 2 in our Yorkshire. Now showing Class 2 in our Yorkshire.
talk about. And I think if you say the gilt that we lead with has enough punch, when you step right in behind her, I think it's a no-brainer. That one needs to win. She's the one that puts herself together the best from the side in terms of combining some height of shoulder with some length and extension off either end of her skeleton. She's still good in terms of her body, extremely fresh, well presented. Like I said, coming right at you. I think she's got enough. Stepping behind her, it's close. I wish she was a little broader in her pin set. Wish she was a little wider and square wider, just in the way that she leads you. I thought it was more comfortable in terms of her hip and hind leg design, her balance and look from the side than maybe the gilt that's going to come next here in 2. Gilt in 2 is the sadder featured option. She does have more muscle. I'll be the first to say that. In terms of how she's put together, front 2/3, I can get on board and say, hey, that's the one that needs to win. As I get into her hip and hind leg and study how everything's built back there, I'm just not comfortable with how she's made. A little shorter in her hip. She wants to get a little more upright in her hock and in her rear ankle. Just got to make her more comfortable and more gathered. In terms of how she's put together for me to be more confident in that one to win. Gilt here that's going to come next in 3. Big extended type of gilt. Gilt that runs out of substance there at the ground. Like to stab her a little bit, like to make her a little broader coming at you. She's got shape, she's got muscle, maybe doesn't balance quite as well in this particular lineup. Bear here that comes forth, another big extended type of bait bear. Got some length to his top line there. He's sound and comfortable in terms of how he's put together. He wants to round in his hip a little bit. I just like to open him up all the way through and give him a shot more muscle to get right up on top of it. I thought a nice kind of pig there to round his out on heavyweight Yorkshire.
Results in Class 2 York. 4th, Macy Russ, Weatherford, FFA. 3rd, Paisley Fowler, Berkshire, FFA. 2nd place went to Addison Mayo, Berkshire, FFA. And your Class 2 Yorkshire winner from Brock, FFA, Paisley Harden. We are now selecting our champion, Yorkshire, from Class 1, Rowan Schultz, Brock, FFA. And from Class 2, Paisley Harden, Brock, FFA.
Good set of Yorkshires, and I think there's one that probably just has a less question marks, or maybe one less big question mark in terms of how he's put together. Man, I love this thing at the ground in terms of his bone and his density, his looseness. He maybe gets a little shifty behind when he gets out and goes a little too fast. But man, that thing's wide, he's stout, he's square, he's got shape, he still balances. Young lady's lightweight, there's your champion. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, Rowan Schultz, Brock, FFA, with your champion, Yorkshire. Now entering the ring for contention for reserve, Blakely Narin, Alito, FFA.
Second place gilt comes in, and like we talked in class, incredible look and presence and presentation from the side. Turns out she's put together. We get back into her hip, and maybe we change her there in that regard. I think the one that follows our champion just in terms of stoutness of featured look, presence, and a comfortable build. One that doesn't second best for me is young lady's heavyweight to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve champion, Yorkshire, Paisley Harden, Brock, FFA. Bigger classes at the conclusion of our Hampshire drive. We are going to take a 30-minute break, grab a bite to eat before we get into the bigger classes of the Durocs and crossfit. So Class 1 Hamp is about to make their way into the ring.
I put some extra down for you. That second one right there. Yes, sir. Did we have extra some? Well, I have one in thought she might scratch, but now she might not. So I'll let you know.
bit of a tough class to put together, and I'll be the first to admit the shape of the hock on the one that I use is not my cup of tea, and I want to change that about her. But I think in this particular lineup, when you combine the proper maturity pattern with the right kind of composition, a look of quality, freshness, shape, muscle, I think she does that to the highest degree. And while the shape of her hock's not right, I still think she's more comfortable than the one that's going to come next in two in terms of the way she's made to her shoulder, her length of stride, and the set to her hock. I think is better in that regard. Like I said, I'm aware she needs to be square from her hock to the surface behind. Well aware of that, but I think from there up and forward, she's the one that needs to win in this particular lineup. The funny belt here that's going to come next in two is more just square and better in that regard. When you step in behind her, she's still got shape, she's still got muscle, still got a good look up front. I think from a composition standpoint, she's the other one I'm drawn to in that particular regard. At the same point in time, we ask her and set her into motion. She's longer we go, the tighter she gets up front, the tighter she gets in her hop. I just want to see her withstand the drive and be a little more comfortable to beat that one that goes ahead and beats her in this particular lineup. Young lady, you're bear in three. He's got a lot of good things. He's south-featured, he's good-bodied, he's opened up. Right down at the surface, he's another one I need to change. He's too long and squishy up front. He gets a little shorter and more compact everywhere. I just want to grab a hold of him and stretch him out, make him a little later in his maturity pattern, a little better in his front feet, so we can move him on up in this particular class. The one that's going to come next in four, where we're at, four over here, I think one that you appreciate in terms of got some shape, got some muscle. He's another one. She's another one who wants to close just a little too much. When we step in behind her, she's another one just a little wider in the top. Wants to close up. I think if we turn her to the side, we'd like to freshen her up. And her look ahead of her blade, like to freshen her up in her back shape and the top of her blade. We get right up on the top side of her there. But certainly a south-featured one that's got body shape, got muscle here in this particular lineup. The predominantly black gilt here that comes out next, south-headed type of gilt. Gilt has got some bone to her. She comes in a few more pieces, and it just doesn't match and go together quite as well. A little more at the top of her neck, a little shorter in her hip. Stepping behind her, I want to spread her and open her up just a little bit all the way through. As we go 6 through 9 in this particular class, got a gilt here that comes out next. Tall shoulders, she's got some shape and muscle. Another one wants to close just a little much. Just a little more compact off either end as well. Resetting her from the side. We got one there, the young man in the orange, tall shoulder type of bear. Another one wants to close up, coming at you. It's a little shorter and round in his hip, a little more belly in his hop. Got a longer bodied, skinnier one here. He just needs a little more to him all the way through. But he's sound and functional. It's a little soft up front. Bear we close with, good body bear there. Just got to stretch him out everywhere. Take a little cover off of him at this particular stage. Good class top to bottom, lots of different parts pieces. Let's go ahead and give them a good round of applause as they head on back.
Thank you, Judge. Results in Class 1 of our Hampshires. In 5th place, Aubrey Doyle, Millsap, FFA. In 4th, Joseph Borhan, Keister, FFA. 3rd place, Landry Stevens, Brock, 4H. In 2nd, Eli Whirl, Springtown, FFA. And your Class 1 Hampshire champion, Rowan Schultz, Brock, FFA. Now entering the ring, Class 2 of our Hampshires, we have 8 entries in this class.
Our Hampshires have started off with a few more challenges, and it's once again, I'm not going to say there's a perfect one in this particular class, and I think as you go through all these, you can make cases and arguments for each and every one of them, and maybe this is the one you like, or maybe you like that one, and that's perfectly fine. I'm going to tell you what I see and why I line them up the way I do. Young lady here starts, and I think she does so because she's got a balanced gilt that has muscle. She's true and genuine off of both ends. She needs to be looser. She needs to be looser out of her shoulder. I think if we did that, I think she wins, and she wins pretty quick. At the same point in time, she's still a problem. We need to relax her there a little bit. I do like her feature, I like her width, I like her squareness, I like her muscle, and she balances as well as any in this particular class. Young man's got a gilt that maintains the drive just a little bit better in that particular regard. She's good body. She's got some muscle up high as well. She's little, gets a little soft up front as you study her from the side. Coming right out. Y'all got to make her truer and square in her chest, through her knee all the way to the surface up front. Maybe just give her a little extra bone to go with that extra mass that she carries up high. I think a very nice gilt there still nonetheless. It's good body. She's fresh muscle, and I think she's sounder and more comfortable than the gilt that's going to come next 2 and 3. The gilt 3's got some big pieces. You like her head and neck, you like her density of skeleton, I can get on board with that. She does all those things extremely well. She comes out, she gets through her chest. She's good in the mid part of her body. I can't see her rear leg. And the way that she gets out and goes, her hips a little short. She's tighter in the hock. She wants to bring the hock in, pull out just a little bit in that regard as well. Got to make her more comfortable. Got to make her withstand the drive just a shade better. Hip forward. Got a lot of neat things about her there. There that comes out next in 4. Another one. Got some very neat pieces. And unfortunately, this foot thing is a hard thing. And whether they stay comfortable, whether they don't, can make or break it. To me, he's got to be more comfortable out of his shoulder. If he could do that and we maintain him there, I think from there back, things can come together extremely well. He gets a little plainer in his base of his neck there, a little plainer in his shape up high. I think a big, stout, burly, hind-legged one. He's got a big square hip and a good rib cage. Just got to make him more comfortable out of his shoulder. Got to give him a sharper look ahead of his blade for me to move him up in this particular class. Same thing here, a lot of big pieces. You like her bone, you like her soundness of skull, you like her shape and muscle. I like all those things about her too. I step in behind her and I got to make that better. In terms of being one that's just too wide behind. She's another one that too, as you turn her to the side, I think she's one we can stretch out just a little bit. In terms of her length of face, I'd like to stretch the length of her hip, give her a little better maturity pattern. But I did like her bone, I like her muscle. I like her presentation. Young lady's done an excellent job with that in that regard. Hog that comes out next here in 6. Another one can give you a decent look from the side. He's a proportional type bear in terms of his length of body, in relation to his length of hip. He's another one gets a little tighter off of both ends, gets a little narrower underneath. I just want to open him up all the way through, give him a shot more, statin him with the ground just a little bit there as well. Bear that comes out here next. Another one. His feet probably feel a little more like mine when I get up in the morning. Just want to make me more comfortable there in that particular regard. He's got some shape up high. He's got some density to his skeleton. Another one we want to open up a little bit. Our gilt we close with, got shape, got muscle. Want to sound at the ground, want to square up off either end. I think a really, really good class. Lots of parts and pieces there. Apologize for taking a little extra time on that. Those kids did a good job. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Results in Class 2 of the Hampshire. In 5th place, Brooklyn Mendoza, Springtown, FFA. In 4th, Ryland Corbin, Brock, FFA. 3rd place went to Emma Lewis, Brock, FFA. 2nd place, Eli World, Springtown, FFA. And your Class 2 Hampshire winner from Lions 4-H, Maddie Kelly. Now entering the ring, Class 3 in our Hampshires, we have 10 in
sort back through the top end of this class, changed it up. We got a little bigger class here, and didn't want to wear anything out before they're going to go back. I think very quality hogs. Hogs that maybe just want to run out of gas in an area too. There, young lady on the far side there has got a big chested, stout featured bear. It's a little too full. Got something going on in his flank there. Like to change and just make him a little more comfortable the way he uses his rear too there. Young lady with the off belted gill over here, another one that does a very good job. Shoulder blade back. I like that gill a lot, coming right at you. She's got to be better through the base of her chest. Got to be stouter at the ground in terms of bone and feet. Maybe pick her front feet up there just a little bit. Young man's got a stout featured loose made bear here. He's got to have more of him coming right at you. He gets a little too closed up in his chest. Chine bones wanting to start to peek on him there just a little bit. Want to fresh him in that regard. Young man's got a big extended loose made bear here as well. Needs a shot more width and a shot more muscle all the way through. Let's go and give those 4 a round of applause as they head on back. We'll sort back through your top end.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, please give a big round of applause to these students as they are excused from the arena.
Good job, buddy.
I would like to take this opportunity. Our judge is working in our class 3 of the Hampshires right now. Just a reminder, we introduced him earlier. Our judge today for our Swine Show is Todd Byers. Todd Byers is from Abernathy, Texas. He attended Lakeland College in Illinois and Texas A&M for undergraduate in animal science before completing his master's degree at Texas Tech University and judging the livestock judging team there in 2007. Todd currently works as a Swine Show feed specialist for Premium Advantage Show Feed and serves as a sales consultant for ShowPig.com. Todd, along with his wife Mariah and 3 children, Briley, Zane, and Blaine, run about 35 Chester and crossbred sows. We appreciate his time, his expertise, and what he's given to our kids today. Everybody give a round of applause for our judge, Mr. Todd Byers.
Got a good class here, and I think one that probably comes together just a little easier than the 2 previous. And I still don't think either one of them are maybe without fault, but I think we've got two very good ones that step out here. And I think once you change maybe the knee and the way this one comes at you, to me she's awfully good. Young man here closest to me is going to go ahead and be 1. That's the one that I'm going to from the side. In terms of her proportions, she's tall shouldered. She's big-bodied. Everything fits and functions together extremely well. Her hip and hind leg design is as good as any that we've seen to this point in time today. In terms of length of hip, and yet still one. It's broad and square in her pin set, right in her hop. She's loose. She's flexible. I think a very nice place to start here in this particular class. Young lady, I like her gilding too as well. She's got a little more extension ahead of her blade. She's probably a notch broader in the way she comes right at you than the gilted feature in this particular drive. I didn't think she was quite as secure at the surface. She gets a little softer up front, step in behind her, and maybe she starts to push the limit just a little bit of her hop and weight in relation to where it meets over her rear foot. But man, that's a good looking one. It's fresh and well presented. She got some good look on the side. She's big and fresh up high. I think that's a very good gilt there that lands into in this particular lineup. 1 and 3 comes with a few more pieces, and he's got some outline stuff. I love him from the side in relation to his height, his shoulder, the way his neck comes out of the top of his blade, the way he draws up in his lines and the angles as you read him from the side. Coming at you, he wants to get a little twisted up front. From behind, he starts to want to shuffle just a little too much. He wants to step outside the plane of his hip and put too much pressure on his outside toes. If he can get more functional from a skeletal build standpoint, that was density and look from the side. I like a lot of things about. Young man, you're bearing 4. I think he's got a good things about him as well. He's another good body bear that's got shape and muscle, a very good functional type of hind leg laid into him. He comes maybe just a little plainer in terms of his overall look as you study him in terms of bone, in terms of look and presence up front. He's another one like the gilt maybe we start with. We change just a little bit the way he drives at you there in that particular regard. Then lady, I don't know if your bear is just not feeling good and doesn't want to fill up quite as well today. He looks just a little hollow and a little dry through the mid part of his body, and in terms of his muscle texture up high at the surface, and in terms of fundamentals, that one's wide, he's square, he's genuine in a lot of regards. He's big and square, just like to fill him up, like to freshen him up in order to move him on up in this particular drive. Hog that comes out here next, another stout featured bear, stout in his mud, good in his chest, good in his mid-body. For me, I get into the biggest issues we get back into his hip. He gets a little shorter, a little tighter there. Step in behind him for one that maybe ranks a little bit lower from a muscle standpoint in this particular lineup. He's one that wants to close and wants to bow out just a little bit in that regard. Tremendous class there, good on the top end. Let's go ahead and give him a nice round of applause as they head on back.
Thank you, Judge. Results in Class 3 of our Hemp. 6th place, Maddie Harden, Brock, FFA. In 5th, Paisley Harden, Brock, FFA. 4th place, Will Lewis, Brock, FFA. 3rd place, Cole Kate, Brock, FFA. In 2nd, Landry Kirkpatrick, Parker County 4-H. And your Class 3 Hemp winner, True West, Parker County 4-H. Now entering the ring is our last class of Hampshires. We have 9 entries in this class. Now entering the ring, last class of Hampshires, 9 entries in the class. All right, coming in the ring, Class 4 Hampshires, 9 entries in the class. If you have a 1st or 2nd place in classes 1 through 3, you need to be getting ready. 1st and 2nd places in classes 1 through 3, be getting ready. This is a reminder, at the conclusion of the Hamp Show, we will take a 30-minute lunch break. At the conclusion of the Hamp Show, we will take a 30-minute lunch break.
I don't know if our lunch is ready.
It's supposed to be ready at noon.
Yeah, we needed it at 11:30.
I was told noon. I ordered it for noon. Oh shit.
Anyway, you can call them and did you order from
Yesterday's?
call them and see if it's ready or if it would be ready early.
Thank you.
Somebody, we usually, for Big Show, we always have it delivered earlier.
good class and a good top three, and I think we got one that's pretty comfortable starting. Young man's there about the gilt there. That one's burly and stout at the ground, but yet got a neat look. She's big and square and fresh up high. She's not the longest stepping one behind, and that's where I get critical of her, but I think with the two that come after, I don't know if we've got a big improvement in that regard, and the other extra stoutness or extra look, presence, and freshness that she has. I think a very, very nice place to start there in this particular class. No doubt the burly dense one here is going to come next in too. I like that thing's blade, her chest, her center body. She's extremely fresh and well presented up high. Got a big square hip working in her as well. She's another one that gets a little shorter stepping in terms of her rear too. I think she got a little tighter at the ground in terms of her rear ankle. The way she handles and moves there maybe just doesn't tie her neck quite as well at the top of her neck. That gilt the feature, but still a very, very high quality one that goes second here in this particular class. Young lady in three's got one that probably does do things a little better up front than a gilt that beats her directly. I think one that ties his neck a little more appropriately. He's a little looser in his shoulder. How he gets out and goes coming right at you. I want to fix him in that view right there. I think two from the side. He's another one. Gets a little shorter in his hip. Maybe wants to tuck his hind leg up under him just a little bit in that regard. But I think a very high quality barrel once again. The lands in three. Neat pieces in the gilt in four. And I like a lot of things about her. I like her extra length. I like her extra extension. She's got true natural shape. When you get right up on the top side of her, to me, I think she's one that could benefit from just a little bit of cover to kind of allow everything to smooth up. It's a little drier and harder in her forerib and heart there. I like to change her in that regard. It's a little tighter in her hip loin. If we allow that thing to just kind of mature and loosen and flesh just a little bit, boy, that one's extra look or extra bend and flex that nose. I would think it's very interesting in this particular class as well. Horde that comes out next here in five. The stout featured one, it's got shape, got muscle, extremely well presented. He's very fresh up high. Just got to open him up underneath. He wants to cave in at his knee. He wants to roll his hock in just a little bit as well behind. From the side, I like that one. I like his freshness. I like his presentation. Horde that comes out next here in six. I think maybe we run that one in the class before. I think he fits just a little better in terms of his height and length and how everything blends. He's opened up. He's good body. He's got shape and muscle. Just looks a little small, a little quick in this class. Maybe like to freshen him up just a shade as well. Good class there in our heavies. Let's go ahead and give him a good round of applause.
Thank you, Judge. Results in Class 4 of our Hampshires. 5th place, McKenna Quinn, Brock, FFA. In 4th, Priest Moore, Brock, FFA. In 3rd, Avery Burks, Brock, FFA. 2nd place went to Kendall Petzold, Peaster, 4H. And your class winner was Maddox Tedford, Weatherford, FFA. We will now be selecting our champion Hampshire. From Class 1, entering the ring, Rowan Schultz, Brock, FFA. From Class 2, Lions 4H, Maddie Kelly. From Class 3, Parker County 4H, Drew West. And from Class 4, Weatherford FFA, Maddox Tedford. Now showing for our champion Hampshire. For all ringside, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break at the conclusion of our Hamp drive.
She gonna be back in time? Are they gonna be back?
It's just she's going.
She went to get food.
She's going to yesterday's. It's not that far.
Well, not to take anything away from our first two class winners, but in my opinion, it's a two-horse race between our third class winner and our heavy, and there's some give and take. I'll be the first to admit. I mean, they both have the density, the body shape, the natural shape and muscle that I'm looking for. I think there's differences off either end of their skeleton, or one that comes out of class 3. Is she just good enough through the base of her chest and through her knee in relation to one that's maybe got just a little extra cheek in her than ideal? I think shoulder blade back, that's the way I want him to be built. I love her body shape. I love how fresh she is up high. Her length of hip, the bend and flex to her hind leg, the comfort and athleticism she has there is certainly second to none in this particular lineup. The young man that comes out of the last one, that one comes out the gate with an intimidating look, and I love that about her. She's big and broad and square in her chest. She's good at her knees. She's got a stout mud, but yet a clean, attractive jawline. She draws back extremely good in terms of her top line, how everything blends and goes together. I'd like to lengthen her hip. I'd like to just loosen her just a shade. The way that she gets out and goes and utilizes her rear skeleton, I think it's incredibly close. I think it's just your type, your speed, what you want him to do. I think when it boils down to it, the one that's more genuine in terms of how she's put together, in terms of width, squareness, functionality, in terms of that extra look up front. Heavyweight champion. Congratulations, Dan.
Champion Hampshire, Maddox Beckford, Weatherford, FFA. Now coming into the ring from Class 4, Kinley Drexel, Peaster, 4A.
It was a very good class, and that one certainly comes out, and she comes into contention. Once again, shoulder blade back. I like her as well as any in terms of body shape, density in the mid part of her skeleton, shape up high and muscle. She's not as burly at the ground. She, like our other one that we talked about there in this particular division, coming right at you, isn't just perfect through the base of their chest and knees. So ultimately, I think it's close. The one that's just that much looser, that much stouter in terms of how she's put together. Class 3 winners reserved. Congratulations to them.
That'd be True West, Parker County 4-H with your reserve champion Hampshire. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start about a 30-minute lunch break, give or take, just a few. Go ahead and take a chance, grab a bite to eat. We will be calling for the first class of Duroc after the lunch break. Please do not show up in 30 minutes. I will call for the first class of Duroc.
How do I leave this?
Dad,
Leave
you
pseudo?
get what?
Like I said, we got a really nice little deal here to start off with in this particular lineup. I think the one that she's a real genuine. Turns out she's put together. She's good chested. She's stout at the ground. She's flexible. Turns out she's put together. She balances and proportions extremely well. Got shape, got muscle. Very, very nice little deal there. She go ahead and lead us off with in this particular class. Young man going across here. She's going to come next into, but I think that one, got a lot of good things about her. She's good body. She's got some natural width and some natural muscle to her when you right up on the top side of her. Over the quite a stab to the ground. Biggest thing is, I think she's going to start to get just a little chubby on us as we set her through her lower third and up through the front of her skeleton. Maybe in relation to my she carries, we scatter the ground just to shade her as well. Young man's deal comes in third. I do like that one's extra feature, and I think that still makes that pair close. She's probably a little looser in terms of her hind leg as well as you steady in her rear ankle there. But at the same time, coming right at you, I want to bust that one open in her chest. I still want to lengthen her hip just a little bit as well. Just didn't think she had quite as much true width, quite as much true muscle to her as the two that we use her in this particular class. John top trio there in this particular line. Young lady comes out forward, probably has the widest one. Turns out as we put together, he's a broad chested bear, got a big bold blade, and good center body leg into it. His angles are appropriate as you set him from the side, get in front of him, get in behind him, and I think he just gets a little too wide as you set him back there, about to put him up on all fours just a little bit there as well. Certainly a broad chested, good middle, fresh top bass, got some shape and muscle. Young lady's done an excellent job with that. 6 and 7 are receiving 5 and 6 are very similar. The way they're put together, got a tall shoulder, long body build here that comes down there. Got some natural leaders here. The other one's closed up in her chest just a little shorter in the hip and tighter in her hop. Certainly want to have some shape and some muscle. Got a good look up front. That yoke comes out here and that's better when you appreciate it. From a leaders and composition standpoint, she's good in those regards. The other one wants to close up just a little bit underneath. Thought she's another one get a little shorter, a little tighter in her hip, a little tighter in her hop there as well. Yoke will close with shapeless, heavy muscle yoke. Just a little flatter and drier in the lip part of her body, a little straighter behind. Good class there, top to bottom. Good way to start back out there. Let's sit in the ground as well.
Thank you, Judge. One of our Durocs in fifth, Audrey Sparks, Carter County 4-H. In fourth, Jesse Harvey, Brock, FFA. Third place, Ian Hashley, Poolball, FFA. In second, Hudson Henry, Easter, FFA. And your class one Duroc champion, Emma Hernandez, Easter, FFA.
good class and a lot of different parts and pieces as you go through. And I think I'm pretty confident in where we start. And I think he's a bear that's stout and square at the ground, and yet he's so comfortable in terms of how he's put together. I think where he excels the bears in 2 and 3 behind him is he's got a more rugged look, as you saying about his skull, and he just ties his top line and his hip together just more appropriately in terms of how he's put together. Opened up, square built. He's not the most attractive one ahead of his blade, but I don't know if we've got one better in that result either in this particular lineup. And a very, very nice bear there to go ahead and lead us off with. The young man's over color bear that comes in too. I think the bear's got some neat pieces. He's very loose, very pliable in terms of how he's put together. He's a big, broad chested bear that's good in that part of his body. Extremely fresh and represented towards the skin here, muscle texture as you set him up high. He just comes in a few too many pieces from each from the side. It's a little bumpier at the top of his neck. Let's get a little wash out in the top line, a little rounder in his hip. But a nice kind of bear that covers a lot of boxes. Young lady's bear in third is really good coming at you as well. He's very good in the middle part of his body. Get right up on top of him. We certainly appreciate him for the shape and roll and presence he has to his back. Extremely well presented there. I thought he ran out of gas as he stepped in behind him. He's a bear gets a little trailer in his homework. He wants to push that right rear just a little bit in relation to being a little shallower in his crotch, a little flatter in the base of his hand there. But a nice kind of bear at the end of 83. All that comes out next year forward. Bigger, more extended type of bear. I like his height of shoulder. I like the density of his skeleton. Bear that comes out with a broad chest. He wants to bend in his knee just a little bit. Biggest thing is you split out with his side. He is more vertical, both front and rear. A little straighter in his blade, a little shorter in his hip, a little more tender. The way he handles his rear too. The heavy muscle, broad built bear. It's got shape. He's got good turn to the middle part of his body. All that comes out next year and five. What I like a lot of things about. I like the extra stick in the head of her blade. I like the looseness of her top line, the shape that she carries out through her hip and through the upper part of her skeleton. I just got to change her right there at the surface off of those things. She's too flat and soft and they're just not as comfortable as what she needs to be out of either end. We change her in that regard and she can certainly move up in this particular area. Got another one here that comes with some shape and some muscle up high. I just thought she transitioned a little bit off there as you take her to the surface. She wants to close off of both ends. She's another one gets a little more refined in her bone, a little pointier on her jawline as well. Got heavy condition there. It's got a big motor right again, big blade, big chest, and big middle. It's got to peel a little bark off of it there. Lengthen his hip. Got to be able to close a little much in her blade through her chest. Shoulder blade back there. She's got some shape. Got a big hip in her there. There we close up here. Got to clean up some swelling. There is her joint. He's got shape. He's got muscle. All he's done did a good job. Let's go and give her a round of applause. Result.
Brock Everett. In fourth, Maddie Kelly, Lions 4-H. In third, Harper Davis, Brock 4-H. Second place, Cole Thompson, Brock FFA. In your class 2 Duroc winner, Avery, Brock FFA. Now entering the ring, we have class 3 in our Durocs. Class 3 Durocs now entering the ring. If you have first or second in those first 2 classes, please be getting ready. First or second in those first 2 classes, be getting ready.
another challenging class to put together, and there's a lot of give and take as we go through, and even amongst these top three out here, the one I'll be honest with you, I want to use, I just don't think I can set too much puffiness in the original, and I think when it boils down to it, the one I'm going to go ahead and start with, I think just does so from a competition standpoint. I think he's the most truest, and he's the truest, he's the most honest. Turns out he's put together, he's a wide, square-chested bear. It's good in the middle part of his body. He's got a natural shape up high. He's more attractive and youthful ahead of his plate. Still comfortable. He needs to be saddled on, but I think he's the best one in my opinion. That's the only guy in the back. I was going to go into more in this particular lineup. Young man right here next to him, Zach on next to him too. And that's the other dog, good body. He's probably a little shatter at the ground in that particular regard. I know we're getting up there range-wise, but still, I think this guy pushes a little more cover. What he needs to ideally get a little softer down there in the base of his neck, and you get the little heads to have his front end just a little bit there as well. I think we feel that guy back just a little bit, and I think we can just take him and go ahead and run with that one. To me, he just puts a little more than what he needs to be at this particular stage of life. Young lady, I like the day in third, and I wish his left career was better in that regard, because that's the stat. He's a good looking with good chest and his good body. He's very fresh and very well put together, very well presented. Just got too much swelling in that left career. He's got to withstand the drive a little better for me to go and be able to use him 1 and 2 in this particular class. Young lady, you're good here in forward. I think she's got a lot of good things about her. Just skeletally is why she worked her way up in this class. I thought she was a square build, loose made one, and had some feature to her. She needs to be better in her center body. She needs to be fresher and just have more hydration to her. She just looks a little too dry to me as you stand from a muscle, from a body standpoint. We do that to her. I think she makes that top forward and I'm much more interested. Just as she is scat bonus, she's loose skeleton. I like the shape of her head. I like her look up front. Hope it comes out next to 5. Another one, maybe we're just present herself a little more comfortable today. How she's put together, body flexion, shape, and muscle up high. Look and proportions from the side good. Needs to be a little stronger. Biggest thing is she's got to be more comfortable in that right way. Just wants to hesitate, be a little too tight on it. We need to get her up. Same thing here. Shoulder blade back on this young man. I love her shadows. I love her body. Love her muscle. I like a lot of things about her. She's just too far forward up front. The longer we go with her, the more she fights the young man. She really gets too tight up front. Tighter neck and gets her shape definitely there as well. As we go through here, got a few more. Got one here. Really he's looking down from the side. Just try to have more too in the section that comes right at you. Same thing for the young lady in the purple man. Good there from the side. She matches just too flat and straight. She really chance to lose a shot of muscle again behind you. Got there and here, got some shape and muscle. Too soft on all fours. Needs to balance and get a little better from the side. Got there we close with. Needs to be more comfortable on his left rear. Just balance out a little better. Good class, lots of different parts and pieces. Let's go and get a round of applause again on that.
Of our Duroc, 6th place, Cannon King, Brock, FFA. In 5th, Alana Reed, Fogel, FFA. In 4th, Wyatt Winfrey, Brock, FFA. In 3rd, Chloe Ricker, Weatherford, FFA. 2nd place went to Cole Goen, Fogel, FFA. And your Class 3 winner, Tara Jeffrey, Feaster, FFA.
Originally was a little challenging in places, but happy with the three that we're able to bring back out. And not to take anything away from our heavyweight, but to me it kind of comes down here between our other two. And I think they're paired to fit together extremely well. To me, there's one. It's just that much more ready in terms of how we put together. Like I said, he's a broad, stout make over there. It's got good body shape. He's fresh up high in terms of his shape and his muscle. Maybe it's just a little dry as you set him there, and I think that's what makes it close. That's a stout, loose made one. Still got muscle, still got it. I like the middleweight here to be thinking.
Adrian Mary, your champion, Duroc. Coming in from Class 2, Cole Thompson, Rock, FFA.
Good kid comes out here too, and like I said, he's got a lot of good things about him. He covers fundamentals extremely well. Like I said, just from a balance standpoint, I'd like to reorganize the way his top line put together more than anything, just to make everything balance and come together. But I do love his looseness and his body shape. There's another one that I thought followed our champion extremely close, probably a little more extended up front than what he was, maybe just not quite as aggressive in terms of his shoulder, of his shape and just general mass. I think kid for kid, one that's very, very good. Stats to feature white skeleton, good build, good proportion. Young lady flyweight reserve. Congratulations, sir.
And the Joe Hernandez, Feaster, FFA, your reserve champion, Duroc.
We got some good dogs still out here, really heavy duty. One here close to the scout, feature type of gilt there. Got to pick her up on her front, feet and pressure, and her top on a little, make her just a little more secure behind. But she's got big legs, she's got a skin look up to her front end. Got a really big body bearing here, that comes up there to my left. Like that about him, just got to loosen him up and just stretch him out, especially about his head, and then just maybe one more neutral. Turns to his real black gilt to my left here. Got shape up high, looks a little straighter off those things, a little wider in the rib. Black band in the left here, good hit there. One, you appreciate that, very loose and pliable. Turns out he put together. Need to fix him in his chest and stretching him up a little bit. Powerful on the forward side there. Get yourself some shape up high. Wants to pull his back and just maybe doesn't balance quite as well. Let's go get those top hitters around the claws and handle that. We'll go through these up here. Some good time in here. I think it looks like how the show is going and you get a chance to see him gathered up. I think that's a neat thing. I think he's by far the one that combines the most feature with shape and muscle and a good look as you set him up front. And I think as you can tell how quick he is, he's an athletic made player that's good in his length of hip. He's flexible and hot. Like a nice kind of a big man. Puts himself together very well here to win this particular fight. Block head there, going to come next in two. Probably one you like from the side. Get some shape there. Like him in terms of his height and shoulder. He's a good body. He's a good body bear. He's got a good length of hip. He's steady from the side. He's just a little flatter in his jaw there. Like he's standing up in that regard. Biggest thing is to get back into his hip and right leg. Try to make him more secure and flexible from his top to the ground in order to create more moving up in higher in this particular lineup. Young lady's fair and third. Give you a good look from the side. I like his length and extension up front. He draws that very good. He's a very sound, comfortable mate type of guy. You can see to be stouter from the surface. Needs to have a little more punch. We'll get right up on top of it. In terms of shape coming right out the back of his shoulder. That's just a good skeleton, fundamental type of guy to lay in third in this particular class. One of us have some bigger pieces. Comes out next year in four. I love his skull, his chest, his forearm. He's got a lot of good things about him. Turns it out. He's got a good shape to his body. Skin here is presented extremely well. Stepping behind him, that's where he's sort of short for me. Needs to be over his head. Needs to be squared up in his eye. More secure the way he goes from the side. Still here ties your neck in a little funny and just doesn't have quite the look. She's steady her up front, just a little tighter in her spine. I did like her shape. I think she's got a good get there in terms of the lift there. The flexion's into her hind leg, combines down a good muscle and a good lift underneath. Our Gil here we're close with for this particular class. Another one's got some chance and some volume, some natural muscle to her. She's another one like the sound with the gram just a little bit. Biggest thing is another one is to get into her hip and hind leg. I want to lengthen her hip. I want to make her more secure. Flexion, use her hop just to shake differently. Really good class there to start us off with and go. That's really nice.
Class 1, dark crosses. In 7th, Paisley Fowler, Brock, FFA. In 6th, Zayden Burke, Springtown, FFA. 5th place, Piper Riddle, Keister, FFA. In 4th, Colby Langford, Parker County 4-H. 3rd place, Ken Mann, Alito, FFA. 2nd, Canton Stuckley, Keister, 4-H. And your class winner in Class 1 Dark Cross, Giles Schultz, Brock, FFA. Now entering the ring, we have Class 2 of the Dark Crosses. We have 1 scratch in this class, which will make us have 14 total. 14.
Good class here once again, and I guess I'm always heading back to still have some pole this year. The right back to get here, we probably be them around good plays. I think the York has got some hit. Some up that she just maybe pushes the limit a little bit hard. Maybe just got the length in her hip. Just a little bit of Here's obviously not very happy today, but 20 seconds shot is a feature too. It's going to make him a little more aggressive in his back shape and just make him a little more comfortable. White belt is there here, needs to be a little more comfortable as Australian. Got a good long hip later in there though. Got to get him over here to appreciate from a flexibility standpoint. He's trying to have more two all the way through. Instead of hands here, another on the front body, he's flexible. He's just a little easy in the top line. He's a little more shape and muscle. He'll maintain the front body. Just run back a little bit more. So good things. Let's go and get a good round of applause, please. Class here is beginning to copy and the differences get smaller and I think there's one that just looks like a class underneath on the side. That's the young man Stout over there. All his stance and his angles really right. He's got a good skull. He comes out to good through his chest and through the lower part of his body. His shape and muscle up high is on point as far as that goes as well. Sitting behind him, he gets a little edgy for me. Not changing there. Just a little bit to be ideal. I think that's a nice kind of a good place to go. go ahead and start. I like the barrow too as well. I like the shape and muscle up I presented extremely well from a skin and hair standpoint. I like the length of his hip and the bend of his hind leg is good. I get in the front end of his skeleton, and that's maybe where I start to take some issue. I like to lay his shoulder blade back in a little bit differently. I think if we did that and reorganize that, I think he'd come apart a little broader in his chest, and the way his transitions into his top line from his neck would blend a little smoother. I thought shoulder blade back, he was the one that needed to come next. Me kind of a big there lane too. Pig and three, I think, is interesting. I think just in terms of once again, we talk about being a fundamentally correct show there. It's got a good look, he's got a good skeleton, he's broad, he's square on either end. At the same time, here right up on top of everybody, he's got to have a little more. He just gets a little plainer in his shape, he's a little plainer in terms of his feature as well. I think a good bear there, nonetheless, that needed to work out in this particular class. Young lady, from your bear's chest up and back. I like a lot of things about him. That was good in his natural body shape. He's very correct up high. He's got a good look and how you might go into his team. He's got his south the ground. Biggest thing is he turns and comes right after. He's got his head through the base of his chest. Taylor's out there that comes out here next. Another one. Just wants to be a little twisted up off of both ends. He wants to twist into his knee and his front foot. Behind him, he wants to twist his hop together a little bit. From the side, I like his bone. I like his body shape. I like his freshness up high and his proportions. We just got to change it in the lower portions of it. We need to move him up and higher. Hawk that comes out here next. Another one that's got some chest and some body, some natural muscle. I thought the initial 6, she gets the frailest and the tightest at the ground. She's the tightest in her hip and her hop and her ankle. When she moves, stepping behind her, she's another one that gets a little edgy in her hop as well. Gil here's got some sides to feature her body, got some swelling there. Right side of her neck, we got to clean up. I got the length of her hip, just some shape as well. Okay, I hope that we're closing up here. Another one you appreciate from a shape and muscle standpoint. She's as broad built as you want to make one. You turn her to the side, she gets too short and round in her hip, too tight in her hop. Just want to change that about her. That was a really, really good class there up on the top there. Let's go give those kiddos a round of applause as they head on back and forth.
Results in class 2 of our dark crosses in 8, Bogey Alton, Screwtown, FFA. 7, Snyder Quinn, Rock, FFA. 6, Aubrey Doyle, Millsack, FFA. 5th place, Jensen Crawford, Parker County 4-H. In 4th, Gracelyn Olson, Peaster 4-H. In 3rd, Hudson Tipton, Alito, FFA. 2nd place, Kylie Alton, Springtown, FFA. And your class 2 winner, Zayden Burke, Springtown, FFA. Now
Opened up and got muscle and then in proportions rolling up on the side. Kind of changing order, but she moves behind me, so just a little bit of fill out of her to be ideal. But yeah, here is right off that shape and muscle. Just a little hesitate off the both end, compression in the body. Young man's back, there comes out a little area through his chest. Like the side him at the ground. Feel her shin bone here, got some shape and muscle. I watches out in the top line, but a little wide behind. I put really nice big face still. One of the red balls I know that was so cool to talk about. going throughout the course of the day, and I think there's a lot of give and take amongst these top three, and where you want to set your priorities may dictate exactly where you end up and what you do. And I think you got to make some goals. One that ends up third is good enough in his hip. Other two that are out here is there's just enough just stoutness and just density to one, and then the other one is she's just good enough in terms of her chest and her knee. I think there's give and take amongst all of them when it boils down to it. I think the one that still hits me the best in terms of one that's still got some density to her skeleton. She's got a long loose hip. She's big in the middle part of her body. She's rolled up high. Still got a good enough look. Like I said, I've changed the knee coming at you. Outside of that, she's my favorite young man over here in the green. Is going to go where I'm going in this particular class. The one that keeps growing on me is the one that's going to end up too. And she probably is as genuine at the ground as any of them in this particular lineup. And the way she comes at you, base of her chest, knee, front foot, all those things line up just like they're supposed to. Middle part of her body, she's good. She doesn't just have that extra oomph anywhere in terms of just muscle, in terms of bone and density and punch, I guess is how some people want to say it. I like that deal. I think she covers the basics extremely well. I just wish there was something that just had a little bit more to it to push her over the edge in this particular lineup, and I think that's a very, very good deal to line up to in a very, very competitive class. Young lady, you're there from his hip forward. I like that thing the whole bunch. That one's tall shouldered. He's got a neat look. The head of his blade, the shape of his skull is spot on. His forehead shape, his shape up high, center body. He's presented exactly how he needs to be. He's just too short in his hip. He wants to fall off in his tail and tuck his hind leg under a little too far. We reorganize him back there in that part of his skeleton. I could run with that one for a long, long time. Young lady that comes out next here and forward. Another one I like in terms of her width and her squareness coming at you. Body shape, muscle up high, extremely well presented. Skin and hair and freshness is extremely good. Stepping behind her, she gets a little edgy for me. I want to square her up from her off to the surface. And two of those initial ones, she's the one that runs out of gas down low for me. In terms of bone, rear ankle size, rear foot spread, we just got to have more substance to her and her inner skeleton for me to get her out of forward in this particular lineup. Heel here gets a little stretchier in terms of how she's put together. Man, I love the length of her hip. I love her bow. I love the length of her blade. In between, she gets a little longer body. Because of that, she gets a little flatter in her forehead, a little tighter in her heart. I like to broaden her in her chest and just give her more in the middle part of her body. Harper comes out next here in 6. One you appreciate in terms of rib cage and just width, squareness, the way that she comes and goes. Another one needs to be a little fatter at the ground in relation to her mass up high. She gets a little flatter and plainer there through the base of her hand. Not quite as neat looking ahead of her blade. Black-headed gilt here is a loose hip gilt. Got some shape up high. Wants to flatten and taper too much down low. Little plainer up front. Young man's got one here. He's got some width and some muscle. Gets a little wide at his elbow, a little wide at his hop. Like he's got him in the surface a little bit as well. You guys there top to bottom really like those top three. Let's go and give all the spinners a good round of applause.
Congratulations, Class 3, Dark Crosses. In 6th, Olivia King, Weatherford, FFA. 5th, Wayne King, Millsack, FFA. 4th, Henry Sorrells, Poole, FFA. 3rd, Reese Mabry, Rock, FFA. 2nd place, Macy Smith, Peaster, FFA. And your Class 3 Dark Cross winner, True West, Parker County 4-H. Now entering ring is Class 4 Dark Cross.
margins get really tight in this particular class, and I think there's some of these that in other classes probably could have worked their way out. Getting in spot that narrow career, good in the middle part of his body, and he's got some work up front. Just needs to open up a little bit there, and maybe just give a shot more feature to. Young man's got a lot of balance there, and it's all the shape and muscle and one you can need. Shifts a little around, runs out of gas a little bit in terms of just his structure, his ability to get out and go to the block handle over here, extremely fresh and well presented. Needs to be a little longer hip and be a little more expressive when he's stepping behind you. Block big here, so that's a length of body, and sounds the feature, got pressure up high and give her a little more in the middle part of the body. Very nice one, send it back, let's give it a round of applause and head back to the block. Good lines here, and I think these top three get close. And I think, once again, I think there's one that's just that much denser in terms of how it's put together. You talk about jawline and arm and front foot and one that's broad, square coming at you, still big and loose behind and big in the middle part of his body. They change his paint job out just a little bit to be ideal, but I think that's a very nice show where they're yelling the black shirt on the far side to give the parents in the room and be more. I think it becomes even closer between two and three, and I think they're very similar. I think once again, I think there's one that just ties her neck a little bit better outside the front of her blade. I think she's a little stouter in her arm, a little stronger in her front foot and knee. That's the other lady's collar over there, except for the next one. I think she gets beat by the very head, which we get into the rear portion of her skeleton. She's a little shorter in terms of her hip. Maybe she's not quite as secure in terms of her rear leg. That's what he is in relation to also the rear leg at the top of her neck. She wants to get just a little aggressive in that regard. I think a nice side of the gilt there relating it to, like I said, the alfalfa gilt wall was very similar in terms of same proportions, same look, maybe a nickel longer hip. And what that gilt is, it goes regular header, steadier coming out at you. She wants to bend at her knee just a little bit. She's a little softer up front, a little longer in terms of her front foot, getting her up there in that regard. And yeah, look at that too. That's got her jaw, just a smidge. I think if we get that, I'll give her a sharper look and have her right. outstanding guilt skill is standing improving in this particular class. Then guilt that comes out, man. So I quit 2/3. I like a lot of things about this one. I like the shape of her head. I like the height of her shoulder. I like how she draws up. In the top one, she's very fresh. She's very good at the top side of her skeleton. She's another one. We get into the rear portion of it. To me, she's a little shorter in terms of her hip. She's a little more hesitant in terms of her rear step. Coming right out that square out just a little bit from her knee to the surface as well. I think still a very nice skill there in that particular regard. Spotted that very here is a broad square bill with a big up high. I like all those things about it. He wants to quarters the way he comes at you. I don't think in relation to mass and muscle that he carries. You turn that on the side, his head doesn't match quite as well. He's a little wider jaw, a little snappy headed there. Like just changing in that regard, making his feet just a shade bigger there. Big extended pair of loose leg comes out next. Needs to have more coming at you. Needs to have more body through the front part of his body. But from the side, I love his looseness, love his length of the hip. So the density of his rear leg is very, very good. Hog that comes out here next. One that probably does have a little more muscle. Get right up on top of her than the pair that goes through regularly ever. I saw she came in a few more pieces from the side. Little crisp here up high. Wants you a little lower shoulder, a little round on her hip. Little softer up front. Big bones, big metal, big shape. Good gilt there as well. Gilt here we close with. Gilt is good in the middle part of her body. Good shape up high. Stretch well presented. Needs to be better out of her hip. And honey leg is just straighter out of both hips. I think nice on gilt there. Once again, very good class. It's getting hot. Go and give those kiddos a good round of applause again on that.
FFA. It's Chip, Steel Victor, Easter, FFA.
got good looking one from the side, and there's a scale a little bit over here. At the same point, time to keep the shot more muscle, shot more body, spread everywhere. Young lady here, she got one that's very settled and loose in terms of how she's made it. Keep the shot more real shape and muscle with your right off right over there. Good class, good three, head back, good run of the ball, just go through your top there. Talk some differences between them, and ultimately, I think there's one, it's just like more genuine in terms of how she's put it together. She's bolder and square coming at you, and I think the biggest advantage, stepping behind her from her hop to her rear ankle behind, she got progressively stouter and wider and better than in that particular regard. IKEA has more traditional belt to go over here to go ahead and be one in this particular class. She's not as long and just level in terms of her gut. Maybe it's what the black-headed Joe is, and maybe that's what makes it relatively close. At the same time, I still think she hinges every bit as loose. Turns out she puts herself together. She's better and more appropriate when she comes at you. Black-headed Joe here gives you a phenomenal look from the side. Love her right shoulder. I love her look ahead of her waist. Big and rolled up high, and a big square hip and when you step in behind her, thought she's coming too much on her hop to her rear ankle. Want to change that about her. Coming right at you, she flies in her arm, gets her hand off in the knee, square up in that regard. I think it makes that penalty that much closer. A good top here in that particular class. He's looking gilt from the side, it's very loose in terms of how she's put together. Got a very good hip and hind leg, and I like that about her. She's stout at the ground. To me, she's showing a little more wear and tear on her head there, like making her a little more useful. Coming right out, she's broader in her chest, up in that shoulder up high at the top of her blade, through her upper forehead. But certainly one that's sound and loose and comfortable. Got a good hip and hind leg, and still got a big enough hip when you step in behind her there. I'll get it going down next to the floor. Sorry, you stuck out behind me. And one that probably does have the muscle advantage of that there. And when he comes down to the top of his blade, he just got to reach her up with both ends. Everything's a little too vertical, a little too tight. Turns out we put together. Calicos that come out next in 5 and 6. Bigger, more extended one here. Like his shape up high. He's a little bit more down low. I like to just lengthen his hip when he gets the shape. Filling up and make his bottom line balance just a shade better there. Gil here comes out with more extra power and stallions. Two are there. At the same point in time, she wants to roll out of her elbow there a little bit. Gets a little off behind. Like the length in her hip, shorter up in the hop. I do like her skin here. The presentation is awfully good. That lady's done an excellent job with that. Delta Gil here comes in a few more pieces. She's big up high, good in her forward. A little deeper in that, a little shallower in her twist. Like the length in her hip. Blacks her rear ankle just a shade there. Block-headed bear here. Scalp feature bear. Good in the middle part of his body. Like to clean up the swelling in his leg a little bit. Like to just squirting up in his hip and making it a little square, more genuine underneath. But certainly scalp feature, good body work. Good ladies done a good job there as well. We'll give a round of applause.
Dark crosses in 6th place. Macy Russ, Weatherford, FFA. In 5th place, Kimberly Murphy, Football, FFA. In 4th, Maddie Hardin, Rock, FFA. 3rd place, Madison Cherry, Berkshire, FFA. In 2nd, Ty West, Parker County 4-H. And your Class 5 Dark Cross champion, Ty West, Parker County 4-H.
slowly behind, a little more upright in the rear foot there, to freshen that disc shape. And I do like your shape behind her muscle. Heel here, it's good in the middle part of her body. To close a little bit coming at you, and let's get a little wide behind there as well. Good bear there, hit it back. Give those two young men a good round of applause. We'll sort through your top end. Good class, and I think we've got a lot of quality as we go all the way through. And I think we get up to the top here, I think we have a couple straight offs maybe, but ultimately I think we're both of them need to be fixed. It's the same area, both of them need to be a little longer hip. And once we get beyond that, I think one is just that much more rubber everywhere. She comes at you, bolder, square in her chest, her jaw stouter, she's wider between her eyes, she's wider and bolder up high, good in the mid part of her body. I think the range of motion is still acceptable. In that particular regard, I maybe just change up the shape of her hop just a little bit. We step in behind her. Now we take a neat picture, and yet we still open up and do it with extra feature and extra presence. Like a nice kind of kill. I love the presence of the black hair as well here. That one comes out with an athletic look, it's high to shoulder, and yet it's still to be laid back into him appropriately. He's still good in the shape of his arm and set in his front foot. He's out of the forehead, and when you get right up on top of it, I guess the knee turning to the side. It's a little flatter, a little slicker in his jaw. This one, if you want to just stab him out there, just a little bit of that regard. He's another on the top of his hip. I got to loosen him just a little bit. I think if we did that, I think it would give him a little more length to the rear side. If we do that, I think it makes that finger even that much closer. That's a good loaded style feature when it's very fresh. Extremely well presented. Once that's a neat piece, he comes out of three. I love the length and head of her leg. Her length of the hip is okay as well. That good shape up high. It's a little long and soft up front. Because of that, she's a little hesitant out of her front end. Biggest thing is to get in the middle part of her body. She's fine and finer in terms of her forward, tighter there in terms of her heart. Just want to give her a natural, easier feed look to the middle part of her body. Maybe she keeps one the longer we go with her. Once you start to set her just a little wider, good idea when you step in behind her. She'll get her down to the big chest. She's got a little better rib cage. One day, two of her, once you open her rib on the header, at the same point in time, I think she gets a little shorter on the both ends of her skeleton, leaves a little shorter face, a little plainer jaw, it's a little shorter in terms of her hip. Just want to lengthen her that. She can have a drop in behind her. She starts to push the limit where she wants to set her rear foot in relation to the top of her hip. All gear that comes out next to 5. Another one that she appreciates in terms of her sound and feature. She's got some shape and some spread when you get right up on top of her. Another one gets a little ouchy up front. When she gets out and goes, like open her up to the base of her chest just a little bit there as well. All that comes out next here at 6, one that probably is that you appreciate the center part of his body, one that you like in terms of its roots and body. He's another one that gets a little plainer when you step in behind you. From a shape standpoint, especially you get to the base of his head, coming right at you. He's another one that gets a little plainer as well through the base of his chest and through his head. All here, tall shoulders, getting ready to work out some athleticism. He just needs up and down and shot more power all the way through, especially get right up on top of it. While he's just saying, good looking one. While he needs to be a young man to the nice job of being on here again. Good set of dot crosses as we work through. We're looking forward to our dot crosses here as we finish up the day. But I think we bring these back now. In my mind, it's kind of a three-horse race. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you everyone is perfect. And I hope you don't get too hard on them. But ultimately, I don't think there's ever been a perfect one made. There won't ever be a perfect show being made, in my opinion. But ultimately, I think there's three out here that are really, really good. And not to take anything away from the other three, because they're good show picks as well. But I think it becomes close. And I think just tell you what I see in and kind of the differences in no particular order, just because the closest to the young man spotted uphill here is one that it's certainly hard to ignore. I think that one is she does some things that are challenging to do, to be that opened up and square in terms of her chest, and the way she comes at you to tie her neck appropriately like she does for her elbow and her knee and her front foot to still all function and put themselves together in a way that they do. It's hard to do right now in this particular business, and yet still put that kind of head, neck, jawline with some feature about it. The front photo of that thing's body is very interesting to me, and yet from there back, she opens up and gets extremely bold, good in the real part of her body. See the show fresh and good at the top side of her skeleton. I get critical, and I guess it's just my own personal preference. I get critical in terms of hip blink, and you've heard me talk a lot about that today. I change her in that regard. I change her just a nickel in the shape of her hop. When you step right in behind her, and then she still uses her hind leg in a very effective manner. She's still very functional in terms of how she's put together. The gilt here is another one that certainly comes into contention. One that I love once again in terms of her extra look up front. She is as bold and fresh up high as anything that we've seen today, but yet still stout and clean in terms of her joint work. In terms of her joint work, she's good in terms of her front foot. She's another one I get ultra critical of. I think her range of motion is good just from an aesthetically standpoint. I like to lengthen her tail, I like to lengthen her hip, pull her tail out and pull it up just a little bit to make everything just proportionate and give you that extra good look that she could have from the side. The young lady's pair here is another one. Extra dents in his skull, extra dents in his arm, the front foot, but yet still strong in his front foot, big and bold in his chest, good in the middle part of his body. He's another one. I get into the rear part of his skeleton. To me, his hip gets a little shorter because of that. He wants to elevate in his hip point just a little bit, maybe not quite as long in terms of his rear stride. I mean, that's a stout, square, good body one. It's got good shape and muscle. Young lady does an excellent job presenting that one as well. I think it's close. I think there's give and take amongst them. Ultimately, you got to be comfortable with what you do. The one that makes the most lasting impression in my mind in terms of what she represents and what she puts together. I like to pick it up. We'll give it a chance.
Congratulations, Maddox Spencer, Drop MMA with your champion, Dark Cross. Now entering the ring in division for reserve, Alana Reed, Fulton, FFA.
We bring in that second place player, and he's certainly torn that it doesn't slide from a quality standpoint. Fortunately, I think for him, though, it comes down to those other two that I mentioned there earlier, and ultimately it's extremely, extremely close, in my opinion. I think there's one that's just that much more intriguing in terms of its look, the head of its blade, shape of its neck, jawline, how she's put together at the top side of her skeleton. I think she takes just that much longer of a rear step. Young man's getting there on the far side of the reserve. Congratulations, man.
Congratulations, IMS, Parker County 4-H Reserve champion, Dark Cross. Make the second call, Class 1, Light Cross. Second call, Class 1, Light Cross.
We'll have a heel here, it's got some shape, and a good look at front, a little straighter in the shoulder, a little straighter behind, wants to kind of swivel a little bit. Young lady's done a good job over here. Looking up the plan here, she's got a good chance to put her body in. Want to be a little cover off of it and changing up from a competition standpoint, you know, realign this muscle, and step right up on top of it. We'll get up there on the far side, good body back to real, pressure her up a little bit, give her a shot more shape, bring her up to the little portion of her body just a little as well. Good body, so give her 3 other ladies for the ball, please. Good one to start us off in our blue division here. The other important students going to have one here in this particular class. And I think the guild is very up with that. She's truly off of those ends. Good in her body shape. She's got shape. She's got muscle. Still got a neat look up front. I don't think she's maybe quite the style though. That's the guild that's going to come next year too. But I do think she's definitely cleaner in terms of her root joint and more confident in just her ability to get out and go and remain functional in terms of her real just to shape of it. Like a nice little guild there to go and lead us off with. I do like the extra soul shape and the bone and the soundness. I think up here, some kind of next one too. Big and square and she gets a little bit longer body. Sometimes she wants to be a little weaker there in the hip one. Biggest thing is stepping behind her. Got a little plus on either side of her box there. Like to clean that up and just make her a little more comfortable there in that regard. I think so. A nice stop there here to start us off in our blue division. Still it comes on next. I think going that she's working her way out from a slow to build standpoint. She's more comfortable in her hip and body way. She's still one that has muscle and body shape, but she's right from the competition and the jury pattern standpoint. Coming right at you, I want to change her out of her front end. She wants to roll into her feet. She's a little longer body, a little cleaner in terms of her overall look. Very nice to go around in the three. So blue back heel here that comes out in that trouble. We got some wilder pieces. I like her extra length and extension. We got a stout head on her up front. She's big and square in terms of her hips. She's a little soft on her front feet, a little flat and hard in terms of her full rib and heart. Just want to soften her up and fill her up there a little bit in that regard. Thought the longer we went with her too, she wants to still want to start to point out type of point of her hip. Just a little more than ideal. The blue line heel here is another one you appreciate in terms of her proportions. From the side, she's a little tighter on her hips. Maybe you want to just get her in the middle part of her body, like you straighter and give her a return there to her rib and to the upper part of her skeleton. That's all her general look and be able to move her up in this particular class. Blue heel here comes out next. Points a little bolder in her chest and leg, gets a little shorter, plainer up front, a little shorter in terms of her hip, a bit like her bone, a bit like her body shape, and extra muscle up hard. Heel here we close with the broke tailbone. One you appreciate in terms of her heaviness and skeleton. She's got some shape when you're right up on top of her. One we need to open up just a little bit all the way through. One we need to change the balance and pressure standpoint just a little bit to get up out of seven. Trying to get across the woods and start us off with. Let's go and give them a good round of applause.
Of the light crosses. Fifth place, Jonah Cleary, Alito, FFA.
My awards for this class, there were 4. There were supposed to be, so just.
I need fourth place, class 1, light cross, and under the announcer stand, fourth place, class 1, light cross.
In the middle, tonight we've got a really tight pair here, as you study these two, and I think they're straight off. I think one's a little stronger on his front foot, maybe just a notch more elevated in his shoulder. I think the other one's longer and looser in his hip and denser in terms of his rear leg. What he gets out and goes. I guess personal preference leads to one that's a little denser in terms of how he's made. His extra length of the hip, his looseness of his hind leg. That's the other way he's blue eyed. He's very good at coming at you in terms of his width and his forehead to his chest. Like I said, the biggest thing is I like to strengthen him on his front feet just a little bit. He remains comfortable while he goes ahead and gets the nod. Young man here with the black nose hair instead of coming next to him too. From the side, that's maybe the shoulder body, taller shoulder one. I like those things about him. He's another one that's very good in terms of his chest and the way he comes at you. Big and fresh up high. Skin and hair's on point. The young man's done a good job with that. I don't really rear stout with the ground as you study, especially in terms of his rear leg. But the longer we go with him, he starts to swivel. Wants to push his arm out. He pushes foot outside the plane of his hip. Just want to make him a little more secure. Standing there in his ankle and his rear foot just a little bit. To compete with that one that beats him on up the line. Look at that right here that comes next. That one that's stout featured. Good body, got some shape and some muscle. Young lady's done a good job with him. He gets a little shorter in his hip, a little tighter in his thigh, a little straighter in his shoulder. Just want to loosen him up and allow him to go a little better. The man now has got some bone, he's got some body, he's got some muscle. Young lady's done good there. Young lady the closest by is a looser built better than the one directly on heavy. He's good in terms of his body as well. I like to straighten up, open up in his chest. I like to just make him a little more aggressive in terms of his shape to get right up on top of him, get behind him, up the forward toe. He probably runs out the nose. In terms of bone and foot size as you study him at the ground. Still a quality player, quality project there, and they come over really good ones in that class. Let's go to you all for a good round of applause. Class, I'm going to finish this up on. I think we have a really good top here, and I think there's one that just has a more captivating look as you shove your head over the blade, with the pole of her neck and her cheek just blade a little smoother, a little easier. Stack feature strong footed gilt that's got a good hip and hind leg, still got shape and muscle. She may not be as bold with the upper part of the rib cage, what the variance that comes into. I think that's a nice kind of blue eyes look there to go into B1 in this particular class. The blue eyes variant here that comes next. I think one that's stout at the ground. He's got a good center caging, like I said, his advantage, get right up on top of him. He opens the more spread at the top of his blade, comes out of his back, but he comes out of the backside of his blade, more shape and spread here. Come right at you. He's not just the most impressive one through the base of his chest. He wants to get a little more there at the crest of his neck in relation to one that beats him. I think a nice shot there at the top end of this particular drive. The predominantly white when it comes out next probably has a more intriguing look up front. If you want the initial preview, I love the shape of his head. Love his chest and his arm, the way that he comes at you there, put it in the side, the way he comes third for me, he gets a little shorter and rounder in his step, he's a little flounder in terms of his rear structure, wants to be a little shorter, more hesitant, the way he gets out and goes, the front 2/3 of that one, I think, got a neat look, neat kind of show right there to land in three, a very competitive class. Gilt comes out next, then comes with a few more pieces, shape of her head, her shape up high, got a big short hip in her, I think all things that are very, very good, she's square in the way that she leads you. Coming at you, I want to square her up at her knee just a little bit. I want to give her more full rhythm heart as you study her up there. Just make everything blend and smoother and balance her out. Get some shape better here. Got better here. The hip and hind legs feel very good. He's got some shape when you're right up on top of him. He's another one coming right at you. He's like open up, square up in his chest. Biggest thing is just want to freshen him up. Do a presentation, freshen him up at the top of his blade there just a little bit. Blue right here comes out. Wants to get in the middle part of his body. Got a big spread up high. From there down, he wants to taper it close just a little too much. It's a little softer. The planer through the base of the skeleton. Better here, triangle, the leader in composition. It's a little more vertical and up, right all about there. Want to see him relax and spreading just a little bit underneath. But there's got a good back shape and keeps it out as a feature. Good class to finish up on. Good round of applause. We'll get your champion for it.
To the holding area, please. Breed and reserve breed champions to the holding area.
Had a really good division of blues, and I think he comes down and in the field we talked about earlier, the opera quotes, and I think there's more into dropping out here amongst these three. I think he does a lot of things right. He's bold and sound at the ground. He's got good hip line, like he's got as much shape and muscle as Indians were getting out here, and yet he just handles it with his skeleton just that much better. Never even with those middle.
Champion like Cross, Brooklyn, Mabry, Cross, at the
Stretch yourself out. Once you want to be on your feet, you just want to sat at the ground and still get your check. And that's what congratulations to you with me.
Reserve champion Cole State, Cross, at we are now asking all of our breed champions to make their way to the ring. We're going to bring our breed champions in and pin them here in the pins. Reserve champions, you'll be in the holding area. We will introduce all reserve champions and breed champions before I go and drive. Breed champions, go ahead and come in and line up in the pins in the arena. Reserve breed to the holding area. Drew wants to be a professional baseball player after he attends Texas Tech University. Reserve champion representing the Duroc, Emma Jo Hernandez. She's going to follow in the footsteps and go to Texas Tech University. She just might be our next president. Maybe not next, the future. Representing the Dark Crosses, Ty West, Parker County 4-H. He plays for Texas A&M, and he's going to be a NASCAR driver. Changes every year, Ty. And reserved from the White Crosses, Mr. Cole Tate. He's a fighting Texas Aggie, class of 2036. He wants commercial and bioengineering. Everybody give a huge round of applause to our reserve three champion. McKenna Quinn. McKenna is from Duroc. She plays at Texas A&M University and had a career in real estate. Representing the Black OPBs, Camden Stuckley, Parker County 4-H, Teaster 4-H. He's going to attend Carlton and be a Major League Baseball player. From the Berkshire, Reese Mabry from Duroc. She will be at Texas Tech or WT, and she will be a future president. From the Yorkshire, Rowan Schultz. Texas Tech or Carlton, and she wants to be a veterinarian. In the Hampshire, driven by Ryland Corbin, is Maddox Tedford. Maddox plans to attend Texas Tech and work in the feed industry.
For Duroc, we got Reese Mabry from Duroc. We plan on attending Texas Tech and doing something in the ag industry. In the Dark Cross, we have Maddox Tedford again from Waterford. We plan on attending Tech and doing something in the feed industry.
I'm watching live stream.
And lastly, come out of the Lost Cross from Duroc. Work at Mabry. She plans on attending Carlton and by the time she does that, they will have a vet program for her.
Well, first and foremost, before we select the JV, I just want to let the rest a little bit of talk. I know I'm not 30 years from one section, so maybe we didn't do very well. I got a little sultry out here, but I certainly had a lot of fun today. I appreciate the invite, the opportunity to be able to come to Weatherford here and then so through your Park and Stock Show. Certainly a name that's synonymous with having good livestock and especially good pigs from that standpoint. Getting an opportunity to work with kids and work with animals. That's what I do on a daily basis. That's my love. That's my passion. Thank you guys for that opportunity to be able to come and be able to work through here with your kids today. I want you guys to give a round of applause to the people who put the show together. Ethan, the crew that brought everything in and out in an effective manner. People at the dance that do a good job. Let's give a big round of applause. They're doing a fantastic show. I'm not one on big speeches, so we're going to make it short and quick, but listening to those bios makes you feel really good. It makes it good to me. We got some big dreams, some big aspirations in terms of anything from presidents to race car drivers to chemical engineering, another one I heard veterinarians. You know, kids dream big, have fun, enjoy it. You guys get pushing the life a little faster than what probably my generation did, and you guys got to be able to absorb it and go with it. It looks like you guys got big dreams, big aspirations. I challenge you to stick with it, keep pushing hard, keep having fun, keep enjoying your show, big projects. I think you guys did a phenomenal job. Let's give all our kiddos a big round of applause real quick. We'll get your grand champion. Go on fire on that, guys.
That's the top five. Junior project. Top five. Top four. Makes you say it.
Soldiers selecting your grand. I think we had a really good set of animals that came through the ring, and I hope you're able to understand kind of where I wanted to be as far as the type of time that suit me and the type that we try to raise, the time that we try to show with our family. I'm very happy with what we're able to bring back out here. I think hogs that cover the basics and the fundamentals first is so important to me. Hogs that are true and strong and genuine in terms of how they're put together. They have shape, they have muscle, and yet then on top of that, we can talk about all the fun stuff that maybe sometimes gets prioritized a little too quickly, in my opinion, in terms of making hog shoulders and slit lifting and dairy and all those fun things a lot of people like to talk about. I'm happy with what we're able to come out here. When it comes down to it, there's one that I think covers that and does those things all in an extremely high fashion. She's one that's very memorable in terms of how she's put together, how she's a unique piece of livestock. Congratulations, young man, for our cross.
Your 2025 Swine Show Grand Champion Pig is Maddox Pepper from Weatherford today. Congratulations.
Like I said, it's a good set. I think every one of them out here, I think you can make a case for at some point in time or another, and maybe the one that you like best. And I think if it comes down to a couple of them, like maybe we'll talk about them real fast and real brief. The Yorkshire on the far end is very interesting to me. The ones of that color with that ear set are hard to find. You can make a lot of miles across the country to try to find one with that kind of burliness in terms of how he's put together with that kind of width, that proportionality that he carries from the side. I know he's not perfect, his hind leg's not perfect, that's still a very unique pig, and one we need to talk about. Hampshire's got a lot of unique traits in terms of bone, the foot size, center body, extra shape, maybe doesn't tie your neck quite as well, but he has good in terms of relief to hip, but still a very good pig. That one's a very good show bearer as well. Plus the other wide square genuine in terms of how he's put together. I think there's a lot of give and takes among each and every one of those. One of them is second best for me, though. One of the ones again, wide square genuine in terms of how she's put together. Good body shape, good shape up high, good figure, good for Swine Show is one of Dan's ones. She's still a second favorite. Reserved our cross as you were so clever. Congratulations to you.
Number 2024 Reserve Champion Market Swine, Ty West.
Hey, go shake his hand.
From Potter County 4-H.
during the Swine Show each year. I would like to tell you a little bit about the award and then read just a brief bio on each of our 5 nominees here. In 2021, the Milton Worms Memorial Elite Swine Showman Award was started to honor a Parker County senior swine showman who exhibited the qualities that Mr. Milton Harms would have been proud of. Milton Harms passed away on May 10th of 2021. He participated in the very first Parker County Stock Show and was the swine superintendent from 2005 until his passing in 2021. Dairy cattle superintendent 2003-2004 and president of the Parker County Livestock Improvement Association from 2015 to 2021. He and his wife Mary have given unselfishly to the PCLIA, and his commitment to all of our kids was unwavering. The PCLIA is honored to recognize a high school senior who exhibits swine projects here at the Parker County Stock Show. The individual selected has proven to be hardworking, dedicated individual who shows a positive attitude both in and out of the show ring. The following candidates have been nominated for this prestigious award. 2025 nominees: Maddox Tedford, Weatherford, FFA. Maddox has been showing pigs for the last 4 years. His future plans are attending Texas Tech in the fall and majoring in ag economics and general business with a minor in animal science, focusing on animal nutrition. He wants this degree so that he can get into feed sales and become more involved in the livestock feed industries. One of the biggest lessons he's learned is to never give up and do everything 110%, because we have taken pigs and turned them around to be champions. Determination to succeed and a strong family has taught me to never give up, because you never know what can happen when you give it your all. Maddox Tedford, Weatherford, FFA. Next up is Ryland Corbin from Duroc, FFA. Ryland Corbin has shown pigs for 8 years, starting in the 5th grade. Over the past 8 years, she's shown at the Parker County Stock Show and all Texas majors, as well as a few out-of-state shows. Her future plans are to attend Texas Tech University in the fall and major in agriculture and applied economics. She wants to study agricultural policy and compete on the Texas Tech wool judging team. Intern in Washington, D.C. under Davis College, and eventually open her own law firm where she can advocate for this generation of farmers and ranchers, as well as future generations. The best lesson she has learned from showing pigs is a quote that a breeder told her when she first started showing: "Win with humility and lose with grace." And showing pigs has definitely taught me exactly that. Not everything goes your way, and I've learned that it takes even more grit, effort, and determination when it doesn't. My favorite part has been the people I've met, the friendships that were built, mentors I look up to, and being a part of a community that loves, cares, and cheers for one another. Ryland Corbin, Rock, FFA. Kelly Murphy from Poolville, FFA. Kelly Murphy has shown pigs for the last 6 years. She has future plans to attend Tarleton State University and become a NICU nurse, as well as selling some livestock insurance on the side. That's a good plan. I've looked into it. It's very pricey. Her favorite thing about showing pigs is making lifelong friendships and getting to meet new people. Kelly Murphy, Poolville, FFA. Madison Cherry from Eastern, FFA. She's been showing pigs for the last 5 years across the country, and she's been around show pigs her entire life. Her family breeds pigs, so this world has always been a part of it. Looking ahead, I plan to attend cosmetology school at Weatherford College, while also pursuing business classes to earn my bachelor's degree. Showing pigs has shaped the way I view growth, not only for animals, but for myself. It's taught me that true growth often happens quietly in the moments when things don't go as planned, but I show up anyway. Through this, I've learned leadership sometimes goes unnoticed, but the bond established with an animal is not one that everyone can see, that teaches responsibility, empathy, and the value of consistency, and teachings that others have significantly influenced the approach I take on relationships and goals in every aspect of my life. Madison Cherry, Peaster, FFA. And our final nominee is Paisley Harden from Brock, FFA. Paisley is a 12-year swine exhibitor. She will be attending Texas Tech University Davis Agricultural College in the fall and plans to double major in nursing and animal science. The best lesson showing pigs is harder is that in the show ring, not every day ends with a banner, and that's okay. I've learned that a true champion isn't just someone who wins, but someone who knows how to handle both victory and defeat with respect. The agricultural community has shown me that behind every show pig is a group of people ready to cheer you on, pick you up, and lend a hand when you need it most. That kind of support has shaped who I am, and I know it will continue to guide me in and out of the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for these 5 nominees for the Milton Arms Memorial Elite Swine Showman. Watch from the minute they unloaded their pigs by a group of individuals, a committee. That committee watches just interactions in the ring, out of the ring, how everything goes. Today, we are very blessed to have with us Miss Mary Harms and her daughter Alicia. They will be presenting our buckle to this year's 2025 Milton Harms Memorial Elite Swine Showman, Kenley Murphy. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate all of you and everything you've given to the Swine Show here at the Parker County Stockton.
We're trying to be efficient and enjoy. And the good thing about doing the Showmanship, many of the days we've been able to interact and see as we look at the course today and be able to remember how things got shown and everything like that. We got 5 of them in that so far in this season. We were in the next season, we'll run a couple there as well. But I thought they did a tremendous job. The ones that come out, like I said earlier today, not just them, but here too, come out with a look in their eye, the confidence and intensity, come out with a good spacing, be able to hit that speed, hit their open spot. Thought they did a good job. Good people heading back did a good job as well. Go and give them a round of applause. Very, very competitive team here to start us off. Three on this particular meeting. I think once again, it's a very, very close call. People did a very, very good job. Make sure the other ones, just give you a little insight as you continue, as you come up. Make sure those things are brushed off, cleaned back, kind of old shavings off of them. That's the their ability when you come in the ring. You gotta get that in on the best possible look that you can. Thought the young people out here did a good job. One more time, good round of applause towards the L back horn, sort through your top 8.
Thank you.
First call, intermediate blue showmanship.
I heard it happen. I heard it happen. Good job, buddy. Besides us, everybody.
All our senior showman a good round of applause, please. I don't want you to take me being shorter on the time that we spend on showmanship out here as a thing that I don't think it's important. We spend a lot of hours at home in the front yard working on it with our three kiddos, and I think it's as important as ever when it comes time to show these major shows because our margins are so thin in terms of how these animals differentiate and where everything ends up. That a good showman can cover up holes and do different things that maybe other showmen can't. So I think it's extremely important. I'm not one to try to ask questions from the standpoint of I think that's a skill going to be on to see how you show your animal. I don't care if you cut between me and your animal, you go around in front of your animal, as long as your animal keeps moving, maintains the same speed, same head carriage without messing up. That's what suits me. I will tell you for your younger ones that are fixing to come, whenever you come out of these pins over here, don't worry about watching your gate. Get close. That's good enough for me. Most shows you go to, you've got ring belts on you that boys. We're not going to judge anybody in your building over the close thing over here and stuff as far as that goes. So I thought our senior showman did really good. In my opinion, there's a pair of them that rose to the top pretty quick for me, and they did it throughout the course of the day. They did it out here as well. The ones that have the ability to naturally find that open spot, always be in my line of sight without being too close. When I gave them the opportunity to come out over here, they didn't drift and go out of my line of sight. I kept the ring into a small space over here. They came out, they stayed in front of me, they utilized their space, they utilized their time, and then got out of the way. Once I turned away from them and started asking for the next one. So you guys that are listening, that are coming, you guys know what's coming as far as what I want you to do. Those two, I think the difference in them, one of them's probably a little more laid back, the other one can get a little more intense. And the one that gets a little more intense and hit big spots in a little bit quicker fashion, I think does it extremely good at a very, very high level. And I think one that I would certainly no doubt want to show my picks for me and be able to step in the ring in the middle of the day. That person's going to get one show. I think both of them do good. One of them does it just a shade better, hits some spots a shade quicker, a little more aggressive. And then right here's going to be a champion of this division. Congratulations to those two. Good place in top five as we continue and as we go. Emily with the Yorkshire gal over here in the colored up shirt, she was going to be third. I think she does a very, very good job as well. Running back easy going, does it with an effortless type of look. She's another one that always maintains the line of sight. Even once in a while, we'll get covered up just a little bit, more so than what those other two did. And I thought she did a very, very good job. That lady right here is going to be fourth. I thought she did another one did a very good job. Maybe takes a little bit more whip in terms of getting that animal show than what our first three did in terms of hitting those spots. Maybe she wanted to get out of my line of sight from time to time, just a little bit. But I thought she's another one that did an incredible job. Our other one that's going to come in five, her name was right here with the window. I thought she did a very good job. Another one that needs put a little more aggressiveness with the red, a little more natural. I really want to start and stop on her just a little bit more. I thought she did a very good job as well. Our other ones that are still out here did a good job. And maybe your bad spirit didn't want to hold up on you just a little bit, put a little more aggressiveness to be able to get her show in and around. Let me up the rim. I thought she did a very good job on getting the back all the time for you. Maybe you want to see you get up, be a little more aggressive, getting the mix just a little more often. Young lady over here, I thought she did a good job. And every once in a while, I lose you for a while. Once you stay in that line of sight, I thought she did a good job as far as your presentation. Hey, excellent show in our senior division. Good round of applause for one more time, please.
Oh, we didn't know that. It says Master Showman.
a little bit there with the pressure and down on it. It's going to fight you just a little bit. Maybe I want to see a little more of the ring on the top of the side. Still a bit more than one man in the blue. I think that's a good job. Keeping that bear in the line. Trying maybe once you start to stop just a little more. Bring a little kind of focus and just get a little bit harder. Get out there. Get down there. You do a good job as well. You got great eye contact. You got the next one. And I put in the finger from that standpoint. Then you want to see just a little bit more aggressive. Just a little bit quicker. You do a good job from that standpoint. And that's a lot of you that's good as well. Keep that grip a little bit more than I do on there. You're going to make and let you do a good job. I will try to get a little too close. Get up under you. Want to see out a little bit. Then on here, let's go from another close call. Towards the on the side. A little bit too long. You want to see a little bit more. And that's the thing that you want to see a little more aggressive. And you do a good job of looking forward. Back off a little bit there. And then you're going to do a good job. And you want to see you just be able to keep the flat a little bit more than just use the whole ring, which is good. And then you want to get a little far. Right now, the far side is good job as far as the 50. But maybe you get a little bit. I lost you a little bit. So you want to see you a little bit more. Something on this is about 50 minutes. Idiots, and I think there's some very, very close calls, but the guy has to make one team in right here for Berkshire right in front of him. I think he does a very, very good job. I want to see him take that time to go and clean that guy up right before he comes in. He comes in with a little bit of quick on the side of him there, and on the start, just make sure he presents as max as you can. But I thought you did very good. And once all you got here in front of me, that very fight just a little bit, and he's up his head. Maybe not give you that part that's going to look right there when you're in the front. I thought you did a very, very good job. Young lady over here that I love, the red one, just wanted to fight her a little bit, back up and start the shot. She did an extremely job. I thought coming off the gate, coming in, she did an extremely good job. Kansas maybe doesn't want to cooperate, probably well. Getting in the far side, same thing. Comes in, does a good job. Maybe wants to rest that brush on that pig every so often, just a little more. Good than that feeling that potentially getting the back, but she makes a very good first impression coming in. Does a good job. Rest of you maybe just need to see it be a little more aggressive, get him on the side, maybe just a little bit more. Come in here and utilize that space just a little bit differently. They did a very, very good job. Give all a good round of applause as they head on back. We'll sort through your top eight. a very talented pool, and I think you could make a case for several as they continue and go. In my mind, there's two that separate themselves pretty quick, and then after that, you can kind of start doing some things differently. They prepare to separate themselves too, so just from eye contact and a sense of urgency, and in the way that they drive their animals, but yet at the same point in time, they're laid back and they can get it done to a high level. The one that stays really not playing in my line of sight a little bit more often, and does a better job in terms of what you came out of the pen over here in terms of utilizing the space, staying in front of me and not drifting off behind me. Whenever they first came off, I the one that did that best. And then you like the red one, he's going to win this particular division. Then again, here's the spot, and the purple is going to be reserved. I thought those two did an incredible job. I love the look of discipline that they have in their eyes when they come out. It's I dare you to beat me look, and to me that's very important. I thought they did a very good job. For me, like I said, I think it's incredibly close. One that I thought just from start to finish, maintain maybe a little more intensity, maintain that line of sight. I thought coming back out the field, I wanted to make sure that animal cleaned up on the nose swing. She presented to a high degree, maybe just think about bad work coming out the gate the second time there. One so good third that she's going to run here with a she's going to be third in this division. But there, I think as we continue as we go, another one again out there did a phenomenal job. Maybe one has to be a little more aggressive to win, maybe Severe, maybe Tim and Howie Drive. Maybe he does a good job, maybe just like the previous one up. And T-Ball take line around this just a little bit. Young man from Blue Bear is going to come next and forward. Congratulations to him. And then finally, it's Division 1 that I think just kept fighting. I thought she did a good job right there. I wanted to give that ball, but maybe she just stuck with it, push. I thought she did an incredible job earlier in the day. When it comes back and does a good job, you know you're in the red 75. Congratulations to her. Going back three out of this season, I think it's a really close call. Young lady in the pink, you do a good job. Maybe you want just a little more eye contact from time to time. You have a tendency to lose where I'm at. You get away from me a little forward once in a while, but you do a very good job. Very good first impression coming out there. Young lady over here on the left, another one that does a very good job. Barry, I want to fight you just a little bit. Maybe you want to start and stop just a little too much. You got a little forward from me. There when the time came when it was time to start grabbing some pins, I thought she did a good job. Go down here with the red one. Does a good job as well. If you want to see him as he continues to get a little bigger, he's going to get a little more aggressive. He does a good job. A little more eye contact there. Go into the pocket. He does a good job as well. Got good eye contact. Maybe he's had a to drift. Just a little forward. Once follow forward. The rest of them out here did a good job. Let's give him a good round of applause for them. Did a good job here this afternoon. got a really good set of junior showing here, and we got some that are gonna have to go back. Young man right here, spot does a good job. You did as we win. We take that more eye contact, that was good. When you first come in, give you that good look when you first come in the gate, okay? You kind of make it all the way down here for you and look back at it, all right? You did a good job other than that. Come in over there, get the things in yours, did a good job. Get one to start to keep out of line in there a little bit, and got a little way, got a little frustrated, everybody. Keep your calm, try to keep it a little closer to you. Did a very good job of catching the game in. Then they go over here in the cheetah print shirt. I thought did a good job as well. Then you want to see your speed that heel up just a little bit, and front a little more often. Good job with eye contact, good composure, good speed. That metal here, you want to see over in the purple. Thought did a very good job as well. Then you want to see on your face. You look like you're scared a little longer. Come in a little more confident, look a little more confidence in your eye. Did a good job there. Then what you hear the piece, did a good job as well. If you want to see you be a little more aggressive as well, get my right side a little more often. Stay here, get that out front, just a little bit more, okay? You do a good job, young man, the purple. Did a good job as well. That first pass, you got a little bit closer. Stay back a little bit further, so you get a good look here. Comes in, young lady here in the striped shirt. Did a good job as well. Maybe on the trip, get a little far, time from you, stay a little closer. And then you over there in the back. And that one did a good job. That one made that outside the side just a little too much. Want to see it front a little closer. Young man here, just want to see a little more eye contact there. Thought they all did a good job. Give them a big round of applause, and they did a good job to have the coach today.
Junior showman. A reminder, if you have a pig going on the truck, it needs to make its way to the steer wash rack right now. Cattle wash rack is where you need to be headed. You need to make sure you have a shipping ticket with you.
Hopefully, Brian, we got a great group of juniors that are still out there. Let's all give a big round of applause for doing a good job today. I thought we had a great group, and there was one that came in, and I thought absolutely smoked it coming out the gate. I thought she continued and did extremely well from start to finish. I think for her age, her ability to maintain eye contact, have a look of intensity, and yet be calm and easy going. She did a very good job earlier in the day. She stuck with it, done a good job here this afternoon as well. This young lady right here, Showmanship. Congratulations on her. One more before we start, the lock in there is going to be second. We reserve in this particular division. I thought he did a really good job. His eye contact, his spacing, and what the whole thing gets. I thought he did a very good job as he came back out here. I'm sorry to congratulate him for leading the reserve. From there, I think he got really close. And maybe one of the ones that just off just a little far. I thought she maintained her integrity, maintained her focus, and maintained that animal's movement a little bit maybe better than what some of the rest of them did. Like I said, maybe a little high and pound on it every once in a while, a little too far to get where you're ready to go. She's going to come next in 3. Congratulations to her. She did a very good job there as well. Another one here that I thought did a really good job as far as intensity, eye contact, trying to stay in front of me. This Sparrow wants to stop on her just a little bit. I wonder if you can go a little bit quicker when she came out of the pen. I still think she does a very good job. Just gotta make sure you go a little quicker. Then later on here with Yorkshire, he's got to be fourth in this division. Yeah, I think it gets close. We got a young man here that got a little close to me. Got one that maybe earlier today didn't start real good, but every time he came back, probably kept getting a little bit better. Did a really good job there. Got another one out here that I think did a very good job from the standpoint of maintaining that focus, keeping that animal moving, being able to hit some spots. Maybe you want to see her pick up the intensity just a little bit more, maintain just a shade more eye contact. Another young lady down here, the blue hair is going to be good. Congratulations to her.
Swine Show in 5th place, Brooklyn Mabry. In 4th, Quinley Rainey. 3rd, Jesse Harvey. 2nd, Reserve Junior Showman was Tucker Murphy. And your 1st place champion, Junior Showman, Landry Stevens. Thank you very much, Judge Roberts, for your time.